Welcome back to the third and last day of Nordic 2021. We will have two sessions today. For the next 2 hours, we have the first session with the topic, the role of great powers in the MENA region. From 2 to 4 p.m., we have the fourth and final session, entitled The Arab Spring, a struggle for liberty, equality, and brotherhood. We received feedback last night that the streaming quality was not top-notch. Our team has worked on this to ensure the best quality possible for today's session. And I'd like to remind you, please send in questions during the conference on our Slido platform using the hashtag Nordic2021. First off today is Professor Bjørn Olav Utvik from the University of Oslo, who will talk about Saudi Arabia's role over the past 10 years. Bjørn is professor in Middle East Studies at the Center for Islamic and Middle East Studies at the University of Oslo. His work focuses on the contemporary political history of the Middle East. He is the leading Nordic specialist on Islamist movements in the region. Welcome, Bjørn.
Thank you, and thanks so much for the invitation to speak at this important conference. Let me start with pointing out a few basic premises for what I'm going to talk about. Number one, the Arab Spring was an earthquake of mega proportions. Both societies and the political order in the Arab world and in the wider Middle East and North Africa region were shaken to their foundations. And by the same token, the Arab Spring profoundly upset the regional order. And the Arab Spring is not over, it is an ongoing process. Second, at the regional level, it became clear that that kind of outside hegemony over the region, which had been exercised at one time by Britain and France and later by the US and the Soviet Union, then by the US alone, that this kind of outside hegemony was weaker than ever and had left a power vacuum in its wake. Third, the Saudi dynasty hated the Arab Spring from day one and saw it as a long-term deadly threat to the stability of its own rule. And fourth, and this builds on the three other points, that as the Saudis sought to build a long-term future, to find ways to survive long-term, they could not act in the old ways, neither in the regional arena nor internally inside Saudi Arabia. So as we go on, I'll look at the Saudi Arabia's actions on the regional scene first, and then talk a little bit about internal stuff in Saudi Arabia, because the way the Saudis handle the internal scene is intimately connected to its capacity to survive as a strong regional power in the long term. So, as we can now look back at it, please stay on the former. Can you get back? Yeah. As we now look back at it, it is clear that the Saudis, together with their main ally, the United Arab Emirates, have taken the lead in the counter-revolution. That is, in the efforts of the incumbent power elites in the Arab world to roll back the early achievements of the Arab Spring uprisings. And when we look at the way the Saudis have done this, we see that there is something new there. They are intervening in a direct and open way, which is quite different from the way they traditionally exercised their power influence, which was in a more quiet way through money and diplomacy. Very early on, already in March 2011, Saudi troops marched into neighboring Bahrain and helped the king strike down the uprising there. The main watershed perhaps was what happened in Egypt in 2013, when the military toppled the first elected president of Egypt and instituted their own rule. And Saudi Arabia and the Emirates had been part of preparing that, and they were immediately declaring their support for the new military rulers and channeling in huge funds to support the new military government. 2 years later, 2015, the Saudis launched a major war effort in Yemen, siding with the internationally recognized president against the Houthi rebellion, and had launched not least massive bombing campaigns, but also boots on the ground. And they went on to support in the Libyan civil war that had emerged out of the revolution there. The Saudis and the Emiratis supported the General Khalifa Haftar, a local warlord, which they saw in his fight against the government in Tripoli. They saw Khalifa Haftar as someone who could re-establish an autocratic rule which would be to their liking and which they saw in their interest. At another level, an important aspect of the way the Saudis have acted on the regional scene is the strong campaign they launched to destroy the Muslim Brothers. The thing here was that mainstream Islamism, which had at one time been friendly with Saudi Arabia, the mainstream Islamist movements, of which the Muslim Brothers is the largest and the most international one, supported the Arab Spring, were part of the Arab Spring, were part of the demands for democracy, and this was anathema to the Saudis. So they responded by stamping the Muslim Brothers as terrorists and campaigning for them to be banned across the region and otherwise in the world. And then they confronted Qatar. Next slide, please. Why? Qatar is a Gulf monarchy, the richest among the Gulf monarchies. It is as autocratic in its internal rule as the Saudi rule. But Qatar's mortal sin in the eyes of Riyadh was that it, for its own reasons, it decided to support the Arab Spring. It let its popular satellite channel, Al Jazeera, be the voice of all the democratic movements across the Arab world, let oppositionals talk on its programs. And Qatar, as a state, went on to support sort of the new fledgling democratically elected institutions in places like Tunisia and Egypt, but that also meant supporting Islamist movements who were the main winners in the first elections. And so Qatar had to be punished. In 2014, there was one first attempt through just breaking off diplomatic relations, but that didn't lead anywhere. Then in June 2017 came the major assault, when it went much further. The Saudis, the Emiratis, the Bahrain and Egypt broke off not only diplomatic relations, but tried to isolate Qatar economically and strangle it economically. They blocked the airspace. They tried to make sea travel very difficult to Qatar harbors. There was even for a time talk of digging a ditch between between the Saudi mainland and Qatar. Also, they raised 13, I think it was, demands that Qatar should concede. Two main of them were, one, cutting links with terrorism, but terrorism here also included the Muslim Brothers, so it meant cutting support for the Arab Spring, really, but translated into terrorism. And second, to close down the Al Jazeera satellite station. Qatar refused this, of course. One thing that added to the anger and also the fear perhaps in Riyadh was that Qatar had an ally, a regional ally in this, a strong power, Turkey, who took more or less the same attitude towards the Arab Spring as Qatar, supporting the same movements. And eventually, and as Qatar came under pressure, this developed into a closer alliance between Qatar and Turkey and led to the fact that there are now Turkish troops stationed in Qatar. We can take the next slide. Of course, one main line in Saudi regional actions is confronting Iran. And this goes way back before the Arab Spring, at least to the Iranian Revolution of 1979. But one factor that sort of accentuated the fear of Iran was this gradual weakening of US influence. For one, we can remind ourselves that the Saudis were profoundly shocked in 2011 when, as they saw it, the US let their old ally, President Hosni Mubarak of Egypt, be thrown aside by popular demonstrations. without the US stepping up to defend him and to support his efforts to quell the uprising. But also, the Saudis saw that, the way they saw it, as the US power presence was weakened, Iran moved into the void. And an ominous Shia axis was growing. In Iraq, there was now a government by Shia parties closely linked to Iran. Syria was an Iranian ally. In Lebanon, Hezbollah, the Shia Islamist group, was a main power broker. And in Yemen, there was a huge rebellion by a Shia-based group, the Houthis, that eventually came to control most of Yemen, including the capital, Sana'a. So this accentuated the fear of the Saudis for Iran. And when the Obama administration went, together with European partners, went into the nuclear deal with Iran, they were even more horrified and was fearing that perhaps there was a reconciliation on the tables between Iran and the US, which would weaken the Saudi position. Now, of course, they were relieved then when Trump came in and all this, or pulled the US out of this treaty. But then again, now Trump is gone, so we'll see. By the way, this line, confronting Iran, is also an important reason for what I call here the Syrian exception. That is that while the Saudis opposed all these rebellions against incumbent autocratic rulers, they decided to support it in Syria. Why? Because Bashar al-Assad was a close ally of Iran. So it fits Saudi interests to support the rebellion in that particular country. We could also mention that, or think, I guess, that the decision to make this all-out war effort in Yemen is linked to the fact that the rebellion they are fighting, the Houthis, have gradually become closer to Iran and supported by Iran. We can move on now. So now we are in 2021, and where is this all going? Well, I think it's fair to say that the Saudis have not been extremely successful in their efforts. The boycott of Qatar ended now in January without the Qataris having conceded anything of importance as far as we know. Khalifa Haftar did not march to victory in Libya. We'll see how things turn out. He might be somewhat sidelined in the reconciliation efforts that are now going on there, but at least he did not succeed in capturing power in Tripoli. The war in Yemen has been going very bad, and it has damaged Saudi international reputation greatly through the sufferings that have been brought on to the Yemeni people. And what has also damaged, of course, the Saudi reputation is the brutal murder in the Saudi consulate in Istanbul of Jamal Khashoggi, a critical Saudi journalist. And now with Trump gone, the US has released an intelligence report pointing the finger quite directly at Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince, as responsible for this murder. Next. So, just to have a look at what happened internally. There was no, when the Arab Spring started in 2011, there was no major uprising in Saudi Arabia except in the Shia minority areas. But the Saudis feared an uprising, and they were quick to try to forestall it through the age-old method of stick and carrot. So they increased welfare spending, and they increased not least public sector salaries hugely, and public sector is where the Saudi nationals work, and other welfare benefits, while at the same time to the same amount of tens of billions of dollars, expanding the army and the security forces. And they launched a massive crackdown on any call for political reform. There was no uprising, but there were public statements from scholars, intellectuals, calling for constitutional monarchy. there was an attempt at starting political parties, all those who engaged in such things were immediately arrested, and this was put down. Next. So, looking a little bit at the sort of material basis, as it were, of the Saudis acting as a major power. Of course, this is based on their immense wealth in oil and in money. And still they have large financial resources. But there are vulnerabilities in this. One thing is that they are very poor, to say the least, in water. And this means something because it means that they import 80% of their foodstuffs. They also have a relatively small population, something above 20 million Saudi citizens for an area of 2 million square kilometers. It's a very sparsely populated country. And most of the manual work and a lot of the other work as well is done by foreigners, not least in the private sector of 13 million strong expatriate workforce. This puts you in a vulnerable situation if you want to project your military power in the region. Then there's what is sometimes termed the rentier bargain, which is sort of the unwritten deal between the rulers and the population, which has created stability in Saudi Arabia. The idea is that the state has access to huge financial resources coming directly into the state coffers through their control over the oil sector, which means that there has been virtually no taxation of the population. At the same time, the population are offered relatively high welfare situation, high living standards, while not, and it's the other side of the deal, is that they then get no representation. But there is trouble in this. There are huge financial reserves, this is true. Now, I think you can see only half of this chart down there. But the thing is that since 2014, there has been huge deficits in the state budget year by year. And this is because what is called the fiscal, or the price of oil has fallen far below what is called the fiscal break-even price. The fiscal break-even price means the price of oil that the Saudis would need to balance their budget at the current level of expenditure. And so now the oil price has risen rapidly in the last weeks and days. So just now it is at the same level as the fiscal break-even price that is estimated for 2021. But you see, this is a vulnerable and uncertain situation. Next slide. So there was this immediate stick and carrot policy, doling out welfare goods, making arrests, strengthening the security forces. But there was also emerged an understanding that the Saudis could not continue to rule in the old way. There is a hugely expanded, educated middle class, not least a young educated middle class and huge numbers of students who were the main force behind the Arab Spring in general, and who are also in Saudis. There are emerging demands for participation, and there is also unease at the economic development. There is large percentages of unemployment among the youth, not least among women. Women have taken part in the education revolution that has happened in Saudi Arabia, but they face even less opportunities for jobs when they finish their education. And then the corruption is still rampant. So there's a lot of unfulfilled expectations, both on the political aspirations, on the political level, on the economic level. Something had to be done. With Mohammed bin Salman coming in as the main power in the country, he decided he and the group around him decided to act. To do so, they had to centralize power, to go away from the broad consensus policy inside the Saudi family, the Saudi clan, where all princes were consulted and decisions took a long time. They needed to act rapidly and to put the others aside. So for a while, there was this famous episode where they put a lot of princes in a golden prison in a luxury hotel in Riyadh. And what did they decide to do? what kind of modernization did they launch? Well, there was the cultural liberalization. One thing is that they pulled the teeth out of the morality police that were walking around the streets of cities in Saudi Arabia, arresting people for not wearing veil properly or for intermingling between the sexes and so on. They were taken away the right to arrest. They lost the right to arrest people in the streets. But also then they opened cinemas, concert halls for music that was had not been possible in Saudi Arabia, and they decided to ease some of the very harsh restrictions that women had been living under, and most famously, of course, the right to drive a car. And then they launched grand schemes for economic progress, like the Vision 2030, like NEOM, the city that they have projected that should be a green, sort of climate-friendly city, and it remains to be seen whether these are white elephants or not. But at the same time, what was not part of the, so these things were made to appeal to the youth, to this youth, young emerging middle class. But at the same time, there was the opposite direction when it comes to political issues. The scope, there had been a scope for a while for political debate through newspapers and other things. This was all silenced and closed down from feminist activists to religious preachers advocating political reform. They were put behind bars. Famously, Lujain al-Hathlul, who was the main activist for the women's right to drive a car, got a 5-year sentence, while at the other hand, the right to drive cars were granted for women. So the point being, the king, you can get rights, it will be granted by the king, but don't ever think that you can, through activism, achieve anything. That is the message that was sent. Still, it's risky business, this kind of forced modernization, because when rapid change happens, it unleashes pent-up tensions in society, and also inside the ruling family, because so many of these princes have been edged aside and even put in prison. If there's still time left, we can take the last. Yeah. So another aspect which is difficult for the Saudis is this, and this is the final slide here, is this the fact that Saudi Arabia has historically been built on an Islamic legitimacy. They are the protectors of the holy cities of Mecca and Medina, and they are also the champions of this reform or this very strict, pious interpretation of Islam, which is known as Wahhabism. And we see in the flag, it's the green color of Islam, and then it is the profession of faith. There is no God but God, and Muhammad is the messenger of God. So when So when the Saudis or I should say, this Wahhabi version of Islam posits that in political terms, Islam should be understood to mean that the individual Muslim's political duty is to obey the ruler, period. No room for political participation. But, and here we go back to their break with Islamism, is that the mainstream and the biggest Islamist movements around the world have a different interpretation of Islam, which says that the political the people should elect their rulers. And this has not only happened across the region, but an important number of Saudi popular Islamic preachers and clerics have advocated this same system, like Salman al-Auda, which you can see the picture of there. And then they have been massively suppressed, and they are put in prison and are threatened by the death sentence. But the question is, being challenged. I mean, the Saudi Arabia would like to see it as itself as a leader of Islam in the world, and that has been a legitimation of the dynasty. But when this is being challenged, and when they break with these Islamists, which portray themselves as defenders of Islam and which have a quite different interpretation, can the Saudis build something to replace this Islamic legitimacy? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bjørn. Next up, Senior Research Fellow Kjetil Selvik from the Norwegian Institute of International Affairs will talk about Iran's role over the past 10 years. Kjetil Selvik is a senior researcher in the Research Group for Peace, Conflict and Development. He has a PhD in political science from Sciences Po in Paris and works with the struggle over states and regimes in the Middle East. Selvik has previously been a researcher at the FAFU and Christian Michelsen Institute and has been associate professor at the University of Bergen and University of Oslo. Welcome.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I will give a presentation focusing on Iran's regional role since the Arab uprisings, which I think is a key topic in the sense that Iran is perceived to have increased its influence in the Middle East a lot over the past decades. Also in the sense that Iran has been at the heart of international conflicts in the Middle East, particularly in its confrontation with the US. So, first slide, please. So, very contrary to what Bjørn Olav described in Saudi Arabia's case, Iran did not hate the Arab uprisings. Its kind of gut reaction was not to fear them. In a sense, they welcomed the Arab Spring, especially when it happened in Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, and Yemen. And the reason is that Iran itself was, the current Iranian regime was made of a revolution, and it has been used to mobilizing support from below. It has tried to portray itself as the one regime in the region which stands up for what the man in the street thinks about questions like Israel's occupation of Palestine and resistance to the US. So Iran said, let's have this revolution and we'll probably get a better position out of it. No, the thing is, they did not describe this as an Arab Spring. This was not the Iranian term. Iran's leader, Ali Khamenei, said that these were really an Islamic awakening happening throughout the Middle East and echoing what had happened in Iran some 30 years earlier during the Islamic Revolution in 1979, where you had this Western-supported regime that was thrown from power from a popular movement and coming with an agenda of combining Islam and the state and also democracy, in the sense that the Iranian regime has been organizing elections repeatedly throughout its history. Next slide, please. Now, Iran's regional influence, its regional strategy for building influence in the Arab region has been based on this idea of resistance first and foremost. Resistance to what? Resistance to the US domination in the Middle East, resistance to Israel, as I mentioned, and this being the core country that is standing up, as I said, for ordinary people in the region. And this has been a good platform for Iran to build influence in the region in the sense that Iran, as you know, is a Persian-dominated country, Persian-speaking country. It's a Shia majority country. Something that could set it apart from the Arab region. But by focusing on resistance and the Palestinian cause, it has opened a door for influence in the Arab region that is bigger than it otherwise would have been. Subsequently, and secondarily, Iran has also used Shia Islam as a way of spreading influence, because benefiting from close cultural ties between Shia Muslims in Iran and especially Iraq, but also in Lebanon, and sort of building influence from below. Third, in terms of military organization, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the Revolutionary Guard in Iran, has a separate division called the Quds Force, which is responsible for extraterritorial missions outside the country, and especially in Arab countries, where it has been training and sustaining and building and supporting paramilitary groups like Hezbollah in Lebanon and various militias in Iraq that are loyal to the ideology of Iran's leader Khamenei. Next slide, please. Now, at the start of the Arab uprisings, you could say that this region was divided into two main regional blocks. It was the bloc Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Egypt, and the countries that were aligned with the US in the region. And then you had the other side, led by Iran, that was focusing on resistance to this Western influence. And Iran was the leader, but allied with Syria, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and so forth. The balance of power between these regional blocs had shifted enormously in 2003, when the US led an invasion of Iraq and removed the regime of Saddam Hussein, who had been the main bulwark against Iran and the main enemy of the Iranian regime. So by taking away this regime, it opened the door for Iranian influence. When Hosni Mubarak's regime fell in Egypt in 2011, the actors perceived this as another step that would shift the balance of power, the regional balance of power, and further strengthen Iran's influence. But of course, then the Syrian uprising happened, and here was the very opposite, an event that threatened to weaken the Iran-led bloc's position. So when Syria, the uprising in Syria spread, Iran was in a difficult position because it had to balance or choose between its two priorities, in the sense that it was supportive of these uprisings and it was in favor of revolutionary movements, and important political players in Iran initially expressed support for the uprising in Syria. But another strand of thought soon gained momentum, which claimed that this is really not a popular revolution. This is really an attempt to hurt us and shift our strategic depth, because Syria is the linchpin of Iran's strategic deterrence vis-à-vis Israel, especially because it connects between Iran and Hezbollah, Iran's key ally and Israel's key enemy. And the idea being that if Israel should strike Iran militarily, Iran could retaliate through Hezbollah. So this was this strategic depth, as it's called in Iran, important to lose. And it eventually turned out that Iran was going to save the regime of Bashar al-Assad no matter what the cost. And they stepped up the game progressively, starting by let's say, encouraging Hezbollah to enter the war, and which was important in itself. But when that was enough, it sent its own forces. The Revolutionary Guard sent, and it's quite unusual for the Revolutionary Guard to send its forces abroad like it did in Syria. It also mobilized paramilitary groups of Afghan fighters, even some Pakistani fighters, Iraqi fighters, to fight in Syria, training them, facilitating their movement. And when that was even not enough, it invited Russia to come in, or it encouraged Russia to come in. And Russia came in, and Russia and Iran started a close strategic partnership over Syria. And Iran has really shown that it has been willing to sacrifice a lot for Syria. It has sacrificed. Is something wrong with the mic? I hope it's better now. Okay, that's good. So it has lost more than 2,000 troops in the fighting in Syria, and even more of these foreign fighters have lost their lives. Next slide, please. So what has it led to? Well, most importantly, from Iran's point of view, Bashar al-Assad has survived, and the regime has remained. The regime survived this incredible challenge, and so meaning the balance of power, the regional, the linchpin of deterrence vis-à-vis Israel has been saved. Hezbollah has not been cut off, as Iran feared it would be. And I think it's difficult to overestimate the importance of Iranian support for Assad's survival. And of course, this has put Iran in an interesting position in Syria, both in terms of security, cooperation, and in terms of prospects of economic exchanges and investment in the future. I mean, basically because the Syrian regime is deeply in debt to Iran. Now, on the downside, this has had reputation costs for Iran. To use an euphemism, I mean, this has been a disaster for Iran in terms of how it's perceived in wide parts of the Arab region, because it has contributed to a very, very brutal repression of a popular uprising in Syria. And moreover, it has led to Israeli attacks. And they have increased over the past 2 years. Because Israel, of course, is also concerned with this balance of power, the regional balance of power, and said that, hey, Iran is coming out of this Syrian catastrophe with a strengthened position. We cannot live with that. We have to strike back. And they started hitting Iranian targets throughout Syria, and then there are also indications that they have increased their sabotage operations inside Iran. Next slide, please. The increase of Israeli attacks on Iran and Syria coincided with ex-President Trump's break with the nuclear agreement, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, in May 2018, where Trump switched from Barack Obama's policy of engaging Iran and making the nuclear deal happen to the very opposite of imposing a campaign of maximum pressure, where the key element was economic sanctions and very, very stiff economic sanctions, which Trump referred to as the strongest sanctions in history, which may actually have been true. Because the US was able to go after any company anywhere in the world that was willing to do business with Iran, and reducing, for instance, Iran's export of oil by some 80%. Over 2 years, it led to a 12% reduction in the Iranian economy. The national currency lost a fourth of its value. And in simple terms, people's living conditions got a lot worse. I mean, poverty increased. The food went up. Extreme poverty increased a lot. Medicines could not be found. And all this happening, of course, for the last year, at the same time as the COVID-19 pandemic. The political consequence or blowback inside Iran was that President Rouhani became a lame duck, in the sense that his political project of engaging with the West to improve conditions in Iran, to improve international relations with the West, and thereby get economic progress, failed miserably, and led to the very opposite. And of course, the hardliners who had always been opposed to this idea told him that, we told you never to trust the US. You cannot make a deal with the US. The US is our eternal enemy. So this has discredited the idea of moderation in Iranian politics, which is can be worrying for the future, as we may come back to. Next slide, please. Then Björn Olav referred to the conflict between Saudi Arabia and Iran, which has been a major part of Iran's regional imprint for the past 10 years. Just as Israel scaled up its attacks on Iran after Trump broke with the nuclear deal and imposed maximum pressures on Iran, it appears that Saudi Arabia also increased its pressure. At least Iran accused Saudi Arabia of having been behind the terrorist attack in Ahvaz in the fall of 2018, and then a later attack in early 2019 in the east of Iran, terrorist attack. And from Iran's point of view, Saudi Arabia was benefiting, or was piggybacking on this U.S. pressure to humiliate Iran, and it has caused a lot of resentment with Saudi Arabia in Iran. For the first year of maximum pressure, Iran sat mostly still. They didn't want to rock the confidence in the nuclear agreement. But after a year had gone, Iran figured that we have to push back. And the pushback started with increased insecurity in the Persian Gulf, attacks on shipping that with people not really being sure who was behind it, but suspecting Iran could have something to do with it. And then the most spectacular attack was the September 2019 attack on the oil refinery of Aramco, Saudi Arabia's Aramco in Ab Qais, Khurais, which the Yemeni Houthi militia took responsibility for, but which many thought that Iran was actually the brain behind. More broadly, of course, the war in Yemen has been a very important part of Iran's conflict with Saudi Arabia, because Iran has been able to lend its support to the Houthi militia at a much lower price than its engagement in Syria, but at perhaps an even greater price, in the sense that it has created a major headache for Saudi Arabia, because the Houthis have basically been winning the war. At least militarily, they are the ones that have done the best, if anyone has, if we can use that term at all with regard to the war in Yemen. But I mean, right now the Houthis are pushing to take control of the Marib province in Yemen, which is the only part of North Yemen which it does not currently control. I mean, if this was to be the outcome of the war in Yemen, then it's a huge strategic gain for Iran. Next slide, please. Now, in 2019, the fall of 2019, popular uprisings occurred in both Lebanon and Iraq. And they were very hostile, especially in Iraq, to Iranian influence. So the protests in Iraq were basically popular protests against the corrupted political systems, the entire political class, and especially the Shia Islamist parties of Iraq, and the paramilitary militias that Iran has been in part supporting. And very, unprecedented since 2003 was that these protesters were very angry at Iran. And as I said, Iran has been kind of saying that we're the ones who are not afraid of the street. But here in Iraq, for the first time maybe since the US invasion, Iran was kind of a main target for these popular protests, with protesters attacking Iranian consulates in various cities, burning Iranian flags. So a clear indication that Iran's regional influence is also under pressure. And the noteworthy thing, of course, was that these protests were occurring within the Shia segment of Iraq, not among the Iraqi Sunni Muslims or Kurds, which have long had a very tense relation with Iran, but among the Shias, who are supposed to be the main field of influence for Iran in Iraq. Next slide, please. So, to conclude, Iran has increased its influence in the region militarily over the past 10 years. There's no question about that. But I will argue that it has decreased its soft power, and that both the war in Syria, that has been very important for that, but also the the protests that I just talked about in Iraq is an indication that it does not have the same popularity as it did. As the Middle East has been caught in sectarian conflict between Sunnis and Shias, it has become more and more difficult for Iran to focus on its resistance to the US and Israel, because it has been put in this category of being the Shia power. So, and if it's a Shia-Sunni battle in the Middle East, then, well, Iran is in the minority group. Moreover, this strengthening of military influence in the Middle East has coincided with a growing dependence on Russia, especially in Syria, but also more broadly in its the fact that Iran really needs Russia's support in Security Council in its conflict with the US. And of course, Russia and Iran have common interests to a certain degree, but not eternally. And Russia is also on good terms with Israel and many other countries, making this dependence a bit worrying from Iran's point of view, which has always been skeptical of great powers in world politics. And finally, there have been huge consequences of war domestically in Iran, and I refer to the economic consequences, the negative economic development. There's also a political side to this, which is the growing securitization of politics in Iran and the steady rise of military actors, and especially the Revolutionary Guards in Iranian politics, and the possibility growing that in the coming presidential election in June, a person like Dehkan, which you see here in the picture on the right, which is a military commander, could actually win. I don't think Dehkan is a front runner, but we could get a military person in power as president in Iran. We could get a far more confrontational president, regardless of whether it's a military person or not, than Rouhani has been, and that could bode for even more conflicts internationally between Iran and both the US and regional powers in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kjetil Salvik. Next, senior researcher Pinar Tank from the Peace Research Institute of Oslo will talk about Turkey's geopolitical role in the MENA region. Pinar is an area studies scholar who has worked on Turkish domestic and foreign policies for the past 20 years. She is currently affiliated with PRIO's Middle East Center. Her most recent project has been a study on Turkey's turn eastward in the light of the Syrian civil war. After Pinar, research professor Pavel Baev will join us digitally from the Peace Research Institute of Oslo and will talk about Russian involvement and geopolitical interests. He has worked on Russian foreign and security policy. Since 2014, he has focused on Russia's policies towards the Middle East from security and energy perspectives, most recently on Russian intervention in Syria. He is affiliated with PRIO's Middle East Center and holds a non-resident fellowship at the Brookings Institute in Washington and at the Institut Français de Relations Internationales. Pardon my French. Welcome, Pinar.
Thank you for the invitation to speak today. My presentation today focuses on two actors that I have labeled as external to the Middle East and the impact that they have on developments. Russia is most clearly external, while I would describe Turkey as in the region, if not of the region. The purpose is to understand the drivers of Turkish and Russian policies, as well as the turbulent relationship between them. Next slide. This map illustrates Turkey's borders with key regional countries, but it's worth remembering that Turkey is not an Arab country, and in most of its modern republican history was under strict secular rule, guarded by the Kemalist military, turning its back on the Middle East and its Ottoman past in an effort to create what Turkish sociologists named a nation of forgetters. Atatürk's dictum, peace at home, peace in the world, was specifically applied to non-intervention in the region. This changed with the coming to power of the Justice and Development Party in 2002, however. For Russia, engagement in the Middle East militarily is even more recent, as my colleague Pavel Bayev will explain shortly. It wasn't until 2015 that a partnership of sorts emerged between Turkey and Russia, which gave the two key positions in the MENA conflicts. Next, please. I'd like to start with some general reflections on Turkish foreign policy towards the Middle East. This is to provide a historical context that emphasizes the overwhelming changes of the past 20 years and helps us to actually understand the present situation. My first point is the never-ending discussion of Turkey's geostrategic placement. This issue of identity is a question at the core of Turkey's foreign policy and is being discussed, especially in these days. The discussion of losing Turkey appears regularly in Western media. For example, in 2003, when Turkey refused the US the use of the Incirlik Air Force Base for its operations in the Iraq War. However, it's actually less about losing Turkey and more about the rise of new elites and a changing Turkey. The Justice and Development Party has turned eastward. And this is a second most important issue underlying the AKP's turning eastward, which is actually that of the economy. The turn to the Middle East has built a loyal class of supporters, which are often referred to as the Anatolian Tigers, who in the AKP years have successfully developed small and medium-sized businesses with the Middle East, which has lifted them into the middle class. These are a very important part of the AKP electorate. Improvements to the economy generally have sustained the power of the AKP, which is why the recession in the economy at the moment, and that began actually in 2018, and that's worsened after the COVID crisis, is so critical to the AKP's future. So this brings us to 2011 and the Arab uprisings and the AKP ambitions of regional leadership. After the revolution in Egypt and the rise of the Muslim Brotherhood, the AKP imagined a regional leadership role through its networks with the Muslim Brotherhood. However, the coup in Egypt in 2013 and the strengthening of regional authoritarian rulers, be they in the case of Saudi Arabia, Wahhabis, or military in the case of Egypt, weakened Turkey's position and created a geopolitical competition in the Middle East, as my colleagues earlier have described, between Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Egypt against Turkey and Qatar. As for the Muslim Brotherhood, many of them fled to Turkey, and they are a thorn in the side of Turkish-Egyptian relations today. The fourth point that's relevant to understanding Turkey's present role in the region is Erdogan's engagement with the Syrian conflict and the consequent fallout of the war in Syria. Now, early on, Erdogan believed that his personal relations with Assad and the growing rapprochement between the two states would play a greater role in preventing the spiral into conflict. Unlike Russia, Turkey, which shares an 800-kilometer border with Syria, was always going to be impacted by the conflict. Turkey's Syria policy at the moment is hugely unpopular and has led to an influx of almost 4 million refugees and strained relations with the United States and the European Union. It has also led to several Turkish cross-border interventions amid international criticism, but noteworthily also very much domestic support. And these interventions have been conducted to prevent a Kurdish belt from developing on the Turkish border. If you look at the map on the right-hand side there, you note that the border, that the areas that are still controlled by the Kurdish-led SDF are around 25% of the country, and that in fact in these yellow areas that you see there lie significant oil fields. So this is a disputed area whose final status has still not been established. A final general point is that Turkey's military adventurism has made new friends from old enemies, and this is in the case particularly Russia. Importantly, these new alliances are not based on a common history or aspirations, but on a transactional model and on leveraging power in different contexts. Next slide, please. Now, one of the difficulties in analyzing the geopolitics of Turkey's role in MENA is understanding this link to domestic politics. As Christopher Hill argues, foreign policy is primarily generated from within. This is particularly the case under a populist Islamist government. To understand Turkey's policies in the region, these are the domestic factors of key importance. While you see a clear parallel in the two bars between Turkey and Russia, there are also some very key differences. Of the 4 points that are listed, in the Turkish case, the final 3 are variable in the short term, but the first one is likely to remain in place for the foreseeable future, something which, among other things, bodes poorly for Turkish-Kurdish reconciliation. Next slide, please. Now, if we can delve a little bit more deeply into the domestic drivers of Turkey's regional geopolitics, the first is this rise of nationalism. The AKP depends on the support of a right-wing nationalist party, the MHP, which is Eurosceptic and anti-Western. Since 2014, the AKP has formed coalitions with Eurasianists and Turkish nationalists rather than with Turkish liberals, and its foreign policy can be seen through this lens. Furthermore, the purge of the military after the 2016 attempted coup removed many of the Atlanticists from the commanding level. Vision 2023, noted here, corresponds to the 100th year anniversary of the establishment of the secular republic. And this has been redefined as an AKP project created in 2011 to promote a vision of Turkey as a rising political and economic power. Of course, this is particularly challenging at the moment for Erdogan, but it will be increasingly important as 2023 also corresponds to a presidential election year. Secondly, the anti-Western turn has resulted in strained relations with NATO, as we saw following the decision to acquire Russian-made S-400 missiles in the summer of 2019. And relations with the EU are, if anything, even poorer due to the perceived injustices of the 2016 migration agreement. Turkey is instead seeking greater foreign policy autonomy and building up its military muscle, particularly its military technology and relations to regional non-state actors in order to be able to project its power in the Middle East. However, interestingly, they're not closing the door to NATO, but believe it's possible to have your cake and eat it too. So their way of looking at NATO actually is becoming much more transactional. A third factor that impacts on Turkey's foreign policy in the region is the need for victories abroad at a time when the economy has undergone a recession in 2018 and is now further dealt a heavy blow due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We see this impacting sectors of commerce, services, and not least tourism. Discontent with the weakened economy has also resulted in the rise of national political rivals, including previously highly profiled AKP politicians, such as former Prime Minister Ahmet Davutoğlu. And these politicians are then able to court this disillusioned sector of the AKP voters. The emergence of successful opposition to AKP rule in the 2019 municipal elections was the first crack in the AKP hold on power and opened up a possibility for a future without Erdogan. Military adventurism, then, is a response to these domestic challenges. The rally around the flag effect has proven successful by the AKP choosing topics on which there is consensus, such as the Kurdish insurgency, access to the Eastern Mediterranean waters, and the rights of the Turkish Cypriot community. Among the conflicts in which Turkey has had an active role, the most important one, of course, is Syria, due to the existential threat that Kurdish autonomy represents to the Turkish state. The unpopularity of the Syria policy is made worse, however, by public perception polls in which over 70% of Turks place responsibility for the Syria policy solely at the feet of Erdogan himself. Another interesting nationalist policy to look at is the Blue Home Strategy of 2020, which is an example of a nationalist doctrine which has led to a strategic shift towards claiming a naval zone in the Mediterranean between Libya and Greece. Key to these interests is the presence of large deposits of natural gas off the coast of Cyprus. In Libya, Turkey engaged early to prevent the fall of Tripoli and thus protect the maritime demarcation accord it signed with the Libyan government. I think we actually should move to the next slide as well. Yes, with the Libyan government. The effort Turkey then wanted to do was to put a stopper on the planned pipeline by the UAE, Egypt, and France. Erdogan hopes to shape a Libya that can preserve Turkey's political and economic dominance in the region and prevent Libya from coming under the sphere of influence of Egypt and the UAE. And of course, Turkey has economic investments and has an eye also towards the reconstruction of Libya. So what we see in Libya were the new lines of confrontation drawn between Saudi Arabia, Egypt, the UAE, and Russia versus Turkey and Qatar. However, following this UN-brokered diplomacy in the beginning of February, the Libyan Political Dialogue Forum has agreed to a unified executive authority. Russia and Turkey are now presently committed to the agreement, but much will depend on the withdrawal of their proxy forces. And for example, Turkey has transferred some 3,500 Syrian fighters from Syria to Libya as a proxy force. So there needs to be a resolution to this. However, there are also positive changes that can ensue from the Libyan process. The political process is impacting Turkey's dialogue with Egypt, and diplomatic contacts were established just this week between the two. Improving relations to Egypt will also mean rethinking the relationship to Saudi Arabia and the UAE. The normalization, meanwhile, between Qatar and the Gulf states that we heard about earlier is also playing favorably into this rapprochement. In conclusion, Turkey's engagement on the region is based on profiling itself as a regional power through the office of Erdogan, and in the country's relations with other powers, including Russia. Turkey uses its strategic leverage from one conflict to another to fulfill these foreign policy aims. And I think we can now move to my colleague Pavel to talk about Russia.
Thank you, Pinar. Let me start saying that I am very glad to partake in this event, even in this very limited format. These are testing times for all of us, and they are for Russian policy in the Middle East. It faces a lot of challenges. It's encountering a lot of setbacks and problems, and I'm not sure that Foreign Minister Lavrov's visit in the Gulf area, which happens as we speak, will contribute to resolving them. And one of the key problems is just what Pinar was talking about, Iran. Iran is a very difficult ally for Russia. And it is really alive because Iran is the only country with which Russian troops are having joint combat operations in Syria. It is a brotherhood in arms, and Russia is very dependent upon Iran to support its military presence in Syria, which is in fact a very limited presence. Yes, it's a big fuss around this intervention, and it's certainly a first in Russian history, so to say, post-Soviet history. There were Soviet interventions in the Middle East, and in fact much greater in scope in both Egypt and Syria. But Iran, with all the importance of having this brotherhood in arms in Syria, is not really an asset for Russian policy, and it brings a lot of tensions in Russian relations with the Arab states. After all, they know that This dependency in Syria exists, that Russia is very supportive to the nuclear deal with Iran, that Russia is the only country which supports Iranian nuclear program, not directly and not only in civilian aspects by building and expanding the nuclear power station, but nevertheless these are kind of material facts, and the Russians and the Arab states are very suspicious of Russia's real intentions regarding Iran. And Russia's relations with Iran and Turkey, while organized in the triangular Astana format, are in fact very asymmetric. It's very different content and very different intensity in Russia's relations with Turkey than it is with Iran. But probably one observation before that is that with the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia has moved, so to say, further away from the Middle East. There are no more common borders with Iran or Turkey. Russia is not anymore a regional power, so to say. It doesn't have an interface with the Middle East, and it matters. Turkey and Iran cannot go away from Syria, and Russia in principle can, and every regional actor knows that. Next slide, please. What prompted Russian intervention in Syria, what prompted Russian activism in the Middle East, was certainly the Arab Spring, which happened exactly 10 years ago, which was a very controversial and loaded event, interpreted in many different ways. But for Putin, it was immediately a reflection on the events of '89, of the fall of the Berlin Wall, of the revolutions in Eastern Europe, which he experienced firsthand, so to say, while not exactly in Berlin, but only in Dresden. But he saw these crowds chanting "Wir sind ein Volk," and that trauma, so to say, stays with him until now. And it's aggravated because, as every dictator, he is afraid, really afraid, of the unpredictable and sudden explosion of street energy, so to say, of leaderless but nevertheless irresistible crowds filling the streets. This is for him is a threat, and he thought to counter that threat, choosing Syria in the year 15 as the kind of main theater, as the place where this wave of revolutions can be turned back. So the intervention in Syria, yes, there were many other determinants in that, but what I want to emphasize is that there is a huge difference in between Russia and Turkey in this regard. For Erdogan, the Arab Spring, as Pinar probably has explained and can explain more, was an entirely different phenomenon, with a lot of hope, with the kind of point, or not only of Islamic revival, yes, but also something which may grant him leadership in the Arab world. And that vision, again, still stays with him. Very different perceptions between Russia and Turkey in this regard. Next slide, please. And Erdogan, in fact, had a dream of a victorious revolution in Syria, which would let him come to the Umayyad Mosque and pray there. Well, it didn't happen. Instead, Putin paid a visit to the mosque, and well, he didn't really pray there, but at least it satisfied his curiosity. And it was a point where he felt it's possible to declare victory in this crusade against revolutions, in his leadership, in the counter-revolutionary stance, so to say. Well, the victory isn't quite complete, because again, Syria is in very poor shape, and until the war is really over, and until the last rebel-held province of Idlib is conquered, it's not really a victory. It's all a kind of very shaky pause, which might suddenly turn in a different direction, because Syria is in incredibly poor shape, and Russia isn't able to deliver investment and aid and help. Iran pretended to be capable of doing that, but with this situation Iran now is, it's again not feasible. So Syria remains in this incredibly devastated state and cannot really be rebuilt in any meaningful way. Next slide, please. And in fact, Russia has never been really interested in rebuilding Syria, in making sure that kind of the Al-Assad regime would really continue to rule it. The big game for Russia in the Middle East is to become a force with which United States would have to reckon. Its kind of big geopolitical designs are always about United States. And on this slide you can see a Russian patrol entering the position that US forces formerly occupied in northern Syria. That was presented as really a moment of triumph, while it is in fact a pretty insignificant episode. And every time there is a US strike in Syria, like very recently with Biden especially, that is a big deal certainly for Russia. Israeli strikes happen now and again, well, there are some protestations, sometimes nothing serious. But the game with US is really what Russia is seeking to play in the Middle East. And US pivot away from this region towards Asia Pacific is something Russia isn't entirely happy with. Yes, Russia is demanding US withdrawal from Syria, but at the same time it really wants this interplay to continue. This deconflicting, going into some other kind of talks and negotiations. Russia doesn't really want to have all these quarrels and rows with Turkey in various hotspots in the Middle East, even if it succeeded in managing them reasonably well. Its big idea is always about United States. Next slide, please. And what about the oil? Which is supposed to be kind of the main content of many conflicts and interactions in the Middle East, and Russia is in the position where it doesn't really need this oil. And if there is a kind of crisis affecting the oil supply from the Middle East, Russia stands to benefit from it, much the same way the Soviet Union benefited from oil spasm of 73 and 79. But that's kind of a big proposition. What is happening really is the kind of oil diplomacy, and kind of Putin and his oil ministers are very keen at kind of hammering new deals with Saudi Arabia and the OPEC Plus format, seeking to make sure that the oil price would not go down too far. It is a crucial parameter for Russia, but still, with all this diplomacy, with all this kind of talks, and with all these oil quotas, the trend is clear. The kind of oil as a key fuel, key energy source is declining, and Russia really has a lot of difficulties acknowledging that. And the past year, which was again certainly the year of incredible spasms and crisis caused by the pandemic, was for Russia a year of kind of reckoning with that the resources available for all sorts of things, domestic and external, are shrinking. And there is a very visible increase of kind of caution and self-restraint in the Russian foreign policy, including in the Middle East. Russia kind of needs really to score the maximum possible from the minimum possible investments. It's not very keen to expand its exposure in Libya with the mercenaries, which are kind of deniable conveniently and in many ways paid for by the United Arab Emirates. It's not very keen to invest in Syria. Its capacity for launching new interventions is barely existent. It is remarkable in this way that despite all the setbacks from last year, Russia continues on this track of caution, while Turkey, in its Middle Eastern and its foreign policy in general, to the contrary, has become much more activist, much more assertive, and Russia is encountering this activism in the South Caucasus quite unexpectedly, and barely able to contain Turkish ambitions there. this doesn't really bode well for Russian-Turkish relations in the near future. I don't really see anything resembling an alliance coming about. What I probably can see is kind of the quarrels between Russia and Turkey escalate, and I don't really want to see another sharp crisis in these relations, but I am afraid it's in the cards. That's my 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
And just to conclude on a few points here, as Pavel mentioned in his talk, there is likely to be friction coming between Russia and Turkey because of their different approaches to the region. However, there are also aspects of their relationship, like I mentioned earlier, that are very transactional, and there is an understanding between the two of them. And much of this understanding is based on their view of state security as being more important than human security. Some of this understanding is based, if you look at those two pictures, at the amount of time they've worked with one another, and an understanding of one another's personalities. They understand power in the same ways. That being said, of course, there are several arenas in which they've engaged and have come very close to conflict, and the future at the moment is left open. Thank you.
Thank you, Pavel and Pinar. Next up, we have a panel discussion with Q&A moderated by Sverre Strandhagen, who is a commentator at Dagens Næringsliv, Norway's financial newspaper. Sverre writes mostly about foreign affairs and especially about security issues, defense politics and great power politics. For 14 years, he has been head of the political department for the paper. He is educated as a political scientist from the University of Oslo. Welcome, Sverre Strandhagen. No? We will have a short break before the Q&A will start.
Now we're going to follow up with some questions, and I'll try to highlight some important points in your presentations. My first keyword is strategy. Of course, these three regional players, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Iran, they have followed a kind of different strategy, and it may be interesting to try to compare them a little bit. First, if you can start with Saudi Arabia, you mentioned, Björn Olav, that it was the Arab Spring was a kind of earthquake. It was something that the regime hated, and you described two phases. First one was which the regime tried to counter revolution, to counter the Arab Spring, and then they tried to modernize their own regime because they realized that they had to do something in order to keep control. In that sense, it was a kind of, the Arab Spring had a kind of positive impact. Still, you mentioned it may be a kind of a risky change. Could you explain a little bit about that?
I can try. First of all, I would say, yeah, a positive impact in the sense that there are some aspects of this modernization project that are positive. Obviously, a simple thing that women can drive cars, but also the relaxation of some of the cultural restrictions, and more specifically the restrictions on women. So there are positive aspects, but there are also very negative aspects, because the freedom of discussion, of organizing anything, is less than ever, and that says a lot in Saudi Arabia. But when I say the risky part of the strategy it's twofold. One, as I tried to explain, is the external one, is that when you project military power directly, you become much more vulnerable to resistance, and you lose a lot in reputation. That's one thing, but also Saudi Arabia's strength internally, except for money, but are not necessarily that how do you say, sustainable. So that's one thing. Internally, I mean that there are we have a lot of example in history of modern autocratic rulers deciding that it's time that they have to move for change, like the Shah in Iran is the most immediate comes to mind, because we're talking about this region, and where they're it started in the 30s, but definitely in the 60s and 70s was rapid modernization and rapid changes taking place in Iranian society, which brought forth, well, we think a lot about the mullahs, of course, that's one thing, because it stirred cultural conflicts in the country with this rapid modernization, but it also produced a huge working class and a modern middle class, which was very important in toppling the Shah when they, in the 70s, from the mid 70s, went into opposition. So same kind of things might happen in Saudi Arabia. There's an emerging big middle class who wants more than watching cinema, wants more than having a reasonable income, wants to influence things. And at the same time, Saudi Arabia remains a religious country, and it's not an easy deal to move away from this very strict religious regime that they had, and it will stir a lot of conflicts. So it is these reforms are destabilizing, and to succeed, at least they would have to succeed tremendously in the economic terms, but it's not clear that they will do so.
Yes, thank you. If we turn to the Iranian regime then, Kjetil, as you mentioned, they welcomed the Arab Spring, but they call it maybe the Islamic awakening. They tried to exploit the uprisings and were very active all over the place, in Syria, in Lebanon, Libya, and Yemen. But you made a special case of Syria because they had a very much dilemma, and they ended up in supporting Assad regime. Would you, if you sum up here, would you say that this is kind of a success for the point of view of the Tehran regime?
In a sense, it is. I mean, who would have thought that the Syrian regime would survive? I mean, it looked really bad from Iran's point of view. Like the entire region, the entire world was against it. It was only Iran and, eventually Russia. I think they showed that it mattered more to them than it mattered to. They were prepared to sacrifice more than the other side's supporters. Like Saudi Arabia, yes, it was supportive of the Syrian opposition, but it had a lot of hesitation. Wasn't that sure about these Islamist forces winning the country. Weren't really that convinced. Iran knew what it wanted and it went for it. But when I talk in these terms and I say Iran knew what it wanted, I'm not really doing justice to the heterogeneity of views inside Iran. And I should say that compared to Pinar and Björnolab, I have not been as good as laying out the internal tensions and contradictions that underlie this regional policy. Because Iran has its own tensions, and the regime of, if you call it Khamenei's regime, Khamenei has been the leader of Iran since 1989. For as long as he has been the leader of Iran, there has been a constant push for reform inside Iran and push of tuning down these tensions, tuning down these revolutionary movements, stop engaging in these regional battles. And Khamenei's survival policy strategy has been to keep these confrontations alive. There's no doubt about that. He has been thriving on a state of tensions with the outside world, because as long as Iran is under attack by the entire world, led by the United States, it's very hard to argue for, reform and democracy inside Iran, and priority has to be the country's security, and so you can strike down on internal opposition. And you have these tensions between, for the past 8 years, you have these tensions between the Revolutionary Guards and the presidency of Rouhani, who has been engaging for taking down these conflicts, engagement with the West. This has been a real battle inside Iran, and of course the Revolutionary Guards has strengthened its internal position because of everything that's going on in the Arab world, Syria included. And that's why it is worrying that Iran finds that Rouhani and what he stands for finds itself in this discredited state inside Iran. It is deeply worrying for what may come in the longer run.
Thank you. And we turn to Turkey. Pinar, Mr. Erdogan, he has had great ambitions for Turkey and like to make Turkey a bigger role for Turkey in the region. Somebody calls him the new Sultan, and he talks about the Ottoman Empire. How would you evaluate his foreign policy efforts? I know it's a big question, but still.
In terms of their success?
Yeah.
At the moment, Turkey is in this quagmire in Syria, and it is, it's engaged in processes that it sometimes overreaches. But in many ways, if you look at the period in which Erdogan has been in power from 2002 to the present, and you look at Turkey before 2002, Turkey, when Erdogan came to power, was a country that was in economic decline. It had its hand in its hat and was knocking at the door of the European Union. And much of the reason why Erdogan came to power in 2002 was this dissatisfaction with the way Turkey was also, there was no pride in being Turkish. Erdogan has brought pride back to Turkey, which is, it has made Turkey a country to deal with both regionally but also globally. I mean, another aspect of his foreign policy that we haven't really discussed here is this aspiration to become a humanitarian power, which, given what's happening internally in the country, is, of course, an enormous contradiction. So on many levels, his foreign policy has succeeded in putting Turkey on the map, but it's had many failures along the way. And yet he's able to pick himself up and turn around, and he is above all a pragmatist. So some of these alliances that we see him making and breaking are alliances based on this pragmatic need to promote Turkish power in the region and as a rising global actor.
If we continue with another keyword, United States of America. It's a kind of an elephant in the room in a way. As you know, the relationship between U.S. and Turkey is very strained, and because of the friendship between Turkey and Russia, between Erdogan and Putin. I understand they are quite close friends, in fact. And you have described this relationship as transactional. It is not that I find it quite easy to understand what's in it for Putin, but what's in it for Erdogan and Turkey?
I think Erdogan leverages his relationship to Putin as to gain concessions other places, and also to put Turkey on the map. Turkey is now playing in the big league because it's included in this kind of marriage of convenience or transactional alliance, if you like, with Russia. And also, Erdogan has benefited, I think, to a certain extent from the policy of the U.S. administration and under Trump, which has he's been able to use it to his advantage. I think now with the Biden administration, it'll be harder for him to do that, not least because there's more of a connection between the White House and the State Department, and policy will be formed, not on the spur of the moment or through Twitter, and just in a reactionary way. So I think that the new policy coming from the Biden administration will be something that Erdogan will perhaps have a harder time using his strongman tactics against. Not least because the Biden administration has already signaled that questions of democracy and governance will be much more important to them than they were to the Trump administration. So I think that what's the relationship to Russia? I think it has been to put Turkey on the map. It has been to be able to leverage that relationship vis-a-vis others as well.
Kjetil, the big question, of course, concerning the U.S. and Iran is the nuclear deal, and it's not that easy match. It's quite a delicate matter. Could you explain a little bit about that?
Yes, it's the big question now with Iran, because as you know, President Biden made it clear during his campaign that he wanted to reintegrate the JCPOA and criticized Trump's withdrawal from it and the maximum pressure campaign. And that raised a lot of expectations in Iran that, when as soon as he's in power, things will get resolved. Now, we're soon 2 months in his presidency, and we see that things are not that easy. They're not going to be that easy. there's a lot of debate in the U.S., you know, saying that okay, President Trump built up a lot of leverage for us. You know, his sanctions campaign was maybe not that justified, but look, we have got all this pressure on Iran. We have to use it, and now we should use it to make a better deal. We should, you know, include what was not in part of the GCPOA, the first, which is kind of the missile program of Iran and its regional activities. And Biden, and especially some of his advisors' role, has been to say that, you know, we should first just go back to the GCPOA, and then that will be a goodwill measure, and we'll build on that. We'll tackle the other questions as they come. Nonetheless, we see that, you know, there's this pressure from the Congress. Congressmen there was a bipartisan letter saying that, you know, Biden should use this opportunity to make a more comprehensive deal, as they say. And so Biden he's made some goodwill measures, but he's done nothing on sanctions so far, which from the Iranian point of view is outrageous, because, you know, from their point of view, the US breaking with the GCPOA was just completely illegitimate. Here was an international agreement ratified by the Security Council, and then all of a sudden just President Trump finds out, I don't want to stick to this, and I'll go for it. The very contrary, impose harsh sanctions against Iran in the middle of COVID-19, so the Iranians feel completely betrayed by the entire international community. And then they say, okay, we're 2 months into this presidency, and still we have all the sanctions. And now both sides are saying that, you know, the other side should go first, because Iran has stepped back from part of its commitment to the GCPOA, progressively enriching more uranium to higher degrees, stockpiling more uranium, using more advanced centrifuges. The Iranian parliament has passed legislation that would force the government to reduce access to international observers of the nuclear program. So kind of just as the Congress has made it difficult for a president of the US to reintegrate the deal, the Iranian parliament in a sense is doing the same thing. So there's a worrying situation, and right now it seems like, you know, the US is saying, okay, we're giving these signals that we want to go back to the agreement, but we would like to see similar signals coming out of Iran. But Iran is not currently giving these signals. Iran is now saying that, you know, this has to be a simple matter. The US goes back to its commitment and will comply completely. We're not going to negotiate now. If we had wanted to negotiate, we would have negotiated with Trump. We reject this idea that there can be a better deal. There's the GCPOA and that's it. You take it or you leave it. This is the GCPOA. And the upcoming elections in Iran is complicating matters as well. Because soon there is a lot of politics in this. And maybe some actors in Iran don't really want to give Rouhani the pressure of fixing the Iranian economy. Maybe they'd like that to be a hardline president elected in June who comes to get the honor of fixing the economy. Then again, the question is, will a hardline president in Iran actually want to reintegrate into the nuclear agreement at all? So it's really an open question. I mean, the two sides agree that the GCPOA is a good thing, and that the Trump maximum pressure campaign was illegitimate. But now the devil is in the detail, and there's a lot of posturing.
Yeah, very exciting. back to Saudi Arabia. They're all friends with the United States, of course, but still there are quite harsh criticism these days from the Biden administration. And the bigger question is, of course, that United States is kind of retreating from the Middle East, from Syria, from Afghanistan, and they're not that dependent of the oil from Saudi Arabia. What would you say? What do you expect from the relationship between Biden administration and the Saudi regime now?
I may be wrong, but I don't expect any sort of rapid major change. The U.S. sent a signal when they released this report that pointed to MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, as responsible for the Khashoggi killing. But the Americans are gradually retreating, but still Saudi Arabia is important. The Middle East is still important for strategic reasons. Saudi Arabia is still important because an important aspect of the situation is that the countries that in the Arab world traditionally were the strong powers that sort of balanced these rich oil monarchies, states like Egypt more than anything, but also Egypt, Syria, Iraq, they have all sort of more or less collapsed on themselves. I mean, Egypt is controlled by a military regime, but it is absorbed in its own internal economic and political problems. So it's an ally for Saudi Arabia, but it's rather a dependency on Saudi Arabia. So, meaning that for some years to come, probably the Saudis and the Emiratis will continue to have a sort of leadership or be in the driving forces or being driving forces in the region, and then the U.S. That's why the U.S. will not go so far. They will have a more critical distance than before, but they will keep the relation. In the phase just after the uprisings of 2011, the U.S. were testing out new possible partners or contacts. They had contact with the Muslim Brothers in Egypt, for example, or so on. But nowadays there are no sort of credible major forces that could be an alternative just for the moment. On the other hand, as I tried to describe, in a little bit longer run, I think that the role of Saudi Arabia is on rather weak foundations. I mean, Iran and Turkey will remain, I'm quite sure, as major powers in the region. Saudi Arabia, that's more shaky. And as and also it didn't have success. It did not have success in forcing Qatar into place. Its efforts in Yemen and in Syria is not and in Libya are not going anywhere. There might be a pushback, and as I said, the Arab Spring is still alive. In Algeria, there are ongoing big demonstrations in that major oil country. But so sort of any shift in one of the major Arab countries in renewed push for democracy could send things moving also in the Gulf. So.
Thank you. If we could continue a little bit about another aspect here, the internal problems in all these three countries, and we can continue with Saudi Arabia. Of course, they experience some kind of modernization and a little bit of taste of freedom, but you don't expect things to boil in the short run, I guess. But you also mentioned the oil price and how important the oil price is. If you get a big drop in the oil price, let's say next 5-10 years, what can you expect in Saudi Arabia? Will it boil more?
I think that, but still Saudi Arabia has huge financial reserves, but they have been dropping quite rapidly in the period from 2014 with the low oil price. If we get into another period like that, Saudi Arabia, things have happened already. Saudi Arabia has introduced indirect taxes, which have made some goods more expensive for the population. Saudi Arabia is also not, it's not sort of stone rich as Qatar or Abu Dhabi. And there's a high living standard for the population in general, but there are also poor sections even within the Saudi citizen population. And if a reduced oil price leads to more taxes, less jobs for the Saudi population, then that would, I think, might well trigger unrest, because there are, and then if unrest is triggered, there are forces in place now. A lot of them are in jail at the moment. That's true, but there are tendencies, for example, within the wide Islamic leaning or Islamist leaning circles inside the Saudi middle class. There is already in place ideologues, programmatic or programs calling for constitutional monarchy, for participation. So the combination of this, that the oppositional forces are there, and then if the economic situation creates more dissatisfaction, things might move faster than we think. I don't see it immediately forthcoming, but with if there was to be a sustained period of low oil prices, yes.
Well, Iran is also in a difficult situation, and as you mentioned, there are going to be election in June. What is at stake? Kjetil?
Well, many things are at stake. Starting, as I said, with the nuclear agreement, the fact that a recent public opinion poll in Iran showed that support of the JCPOA had fallen from about 76%, I think, at the time it was agreed, to around 50% now, showing strong popular support for the hardline measures voted by the parliament, saying that we should keep increasing our pressure, we should keep reducing our commitment to nuclear agreement until the US abides by its obligations. And as I said, there's a real possibility that that we may not get back to the nuclear agreement, and that's for sure going to create huge problems, because Iran continuing nuclear enrichment at the even steadily growing pace is a red line for Israel. Israel is not going to sit and let that happen in the long run. So that's hugely worrying. Internally in Iran, there's also a lot of stake. I mean, as you know, there's been this balance of powers and forces inside Iran, which goes back for as long as the Republic has been there. There's been internal factions advocating for different lines, both internally and externally. And the real threat now is that you maybe for the first time, I think, in history of the Islamic Republic, can get like a sort of consolidation of all branches of the state in the hands of hardliners, because hardliners are currently in control of the parliament. They already control of the deep state, everything related to security and armed forces. Now the only thing remaining, in a sense, is the presidency. So if you get a hardliner winning in the presidency, then you may, I mean, because this is not for sure, but you may see a different kind of Iranian regime that you have previously seen, a more really hardline regime with the counter forces which there have been there over the time will decrease their influence, which also can create a new set of problems. And of course, in terms of the internal population struggle for democracy, that's also not good news. And we have seen over the past years huge protests, like November 2019, widespread, countrywide protests that were repressed very harshly, and things like this could increase as well.
Mr. Erdogan is also in big trouble and is really weakened, Pinar. You described that the problems with the economy, of course, and COVID, and this AKO party, this kind of fragmentation. And then we have the Kurds. We have the Kurds problem with the PKK, and also the situation in Syria. This has been troublesome for many years. Why can't Turkey handle the Kurds? Can you explain that for me?
$1 million question. Why can't Turkey handle? Indeed, I mean, the Kurds are the Achilles heel of the Turkish state, in the sense that it is always, the reason for entering into Syria, making these cross-border interventions were so publicly criticized, was this fear of Kurdish autonomy and a Kurdish belt against the border of Turkey. In actual fact, in 2012, there was a process that was between the AKP government and the Kurds in Turkey, and there was a lot of hopes linked to that process. And in fact, one of the key Kurdish politicians at the time said, if anyone can resolve this, it's Erdogan, because he was in a position of power and had such strong support that if he was able to resolve it, then it would be resolved once and for all. However, that fell through, and then we had everything that happened with the Gulen movement and the purges, and the history followed. But if Turkey could resolve the Kurdish issue, it would, in essence, not find its hands tied in the same way that it is, because it is the one existential threat that keeps coming back. And of course, for the nationalists, it's also very useful to have the Kurdish issue as a point around which to mobilize national sentiment. So discussions right now are near impossible because the nationalists really do run Erdogan and not the other way around, actually. And what's just recently this week, they're discussing closing the HDP party, which is the Kurdish-run, quite liberal and legitimate party within Turkey. If they do so, it's also one of the biggest opposition parties to the AKP, of course, so there are reasons for why one would want to close that if one was Erdogan. But it doesn't make the situation any better. And how does one resolve this? I think you need to have, first of all, a change in the rhetoric around the Kurdish issue, desecuritizing it, speaking about it as a political issue. I think that's extremely critical. That's not happening now. Now we have this nationalist fervor across Turkey, so it's impossible to talk about it in terms that would lead to a political solution. So you would need to have a change in the rhetoric and probably a change in the government as well to be able to talk about it. What's interesting and also worrying is that a lot of this rhetoric is also being adopted by opposition parties that, like the CHP, they're not particularly open to discussing the issues with the Kurds. So it's a real problem for Turkey, and it is the Achilles heel.
Thank you. We have a big audience, and they have sent us some questions, some of them. So I just ask a few of these questions, and you could answer. All of you, or one of you, it's up to you. One is like this: did the Trump administration do anything good in the MENA region?
It's a resounding silence.
If I could comment, I would say maybe not.
it's what is being hailed. I mean, in the U.S. is the so-called what's it called, Abraham Agreement. The opening up of relations between the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain with Israel, which is being sort of hailed as a reconciliation between Israel and the Arabs. But I think this is it's very little worth in terms of reconciliation between Israel and the Arabs, because the conflict was never between Israel and those and those states. They are peripheral to Arab society, and they are, of course, they did this, or the Americans pushed this at the same time as they more or less supported Israel taking over the West Bank and destroying any option for a two-state solution, which by the way might be that anyway. But so I think, and in other ways, of course, also we remember that Trump talked about Sisi as his favorite dictator, the current ruler in Egypt. So I think that the Trump period was a time when, I mean, nothing much happened in either direction, I would say, but to the extent that they had an influence, it was negative.
If I can add to that, I think I'm slightly more positive to the Abraham Accords, in the sense that I think it's a good thing that Israel and some Arab countries can have relations, although I see all the strategic thoughts that lie behind it. What I think is more worrying, and in a sense supporting Bjørn Olav's argument, is that they were able to make the Abraham Accords by hyping the Iranian threat. So kind of we have to make this agreement because we have this common enemy, Iran. So that was what brought these countries together, enabled these flourishing relations. And then in a sense you're creating some agreements that moves the Israeli-Arab relations overall, I would say, somehow closer, which I think is a good thing. But at the price of, even more polarizing the conflict with Iran, which is bound to create even more problems for the very same region. So it's a mixed picture.
Thank you. Pina, would you add something, or?
No, I would just like to say that, what Trump did do, which wasn't positive, of course, was to support these very authoritarian leaders and to assist in the military buildup in the region at a time when it absolutely did not need it. And I think that's part of what we're seeing now.
A question for you, Pinar. How has the Arab Spring and the rise of IS impacted the Turkish-Kurdish relationship?
The Turkish-Kurdish relationship. Well, Turkey has been more concerned about the rise of the YPG and the PYD, in fact, in Syria than ISIS. And so in that extent, Turkey has focused much more on trying to contain that threat than to contain the threat that ISIS presented. And we saw this in 2014 when they intervened because of the Kurdish threat rather than because of the threat from the so-called Islamic State. And also, there have been terrorist threats in Turkey and terrorist events that have occurred, particularly around 2015 to 17. And these were terrorist attacks that occurred because of ISIS, but the perception in the public is that the real threat comes from the Kurdish insurgency. So I don't know if I'm answering the question, if I understand it correctly, but that's sort of that link between the two.
There's one question here for Kjetil. Do you believe that there are benefits of designating the Revolutionary Guard as a terrorist organization?
No, I don't. I think it's kind of symbolic measure, which is making things more complicated, really, because it's it's a part of this Iranian state. It's an important part of the Iranian state, and by calling it a terrorist organization, you're just making any kind of engagement more difficult. I mean, it's just a wrong way of fighting the Revolutionary Guards. It's just a wrong way of supporting democracy in Iran, in my opinion, because democracy in Iran is never going to be imposed from the outside. It only will emerge from the inside. So the more you polarize around this issue, turning the Revolutionary Guard into a martyr of some sort because they're being called terrorists from the outside, the more difficult it becomes. It was the same thing with Houthis, and one of the last things the Trump administration did was designating the Houthis a terrorist organization, which is also like a non-starter for anything like a resolution of the Yemeni conflict. You have to. The Houthis are they're a very important factor. You have to engage with them. You have to deal with them. If you just call them a terrorist, it just means you cannot touch them. You cannot talk to them. So it's not going to work. And now Biden recognized that. So one of the first things he did was, saying we remove this terrorist organization of the Houthis, hoping that would be a goodwill measure to Iran that would kind of be met with some kind of response, positive engagement from Iran, which has so far not materialized. But he has so far not turned away from this designation of the Revolutionary Guard as a terrorist organization.
The time is running out, and we have just a few seconds left. So thank you very much for your participation. It's been very stimulating, at least for me. I just have one sentence from the Arab Barometer, a survey that trying to find out the support of democracy in this region. And that says that just 2 years ago that 78% of the Tunisians and 70% of the Egyptians and 70% of the Libyans said that democracy is the best option for their countries. There is no figure for Saudi Arabia, Iran and Turkey, but still I think there is some hope there too. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Then I would like to say thank you very much for all of the first session's speakers and panelists for your excellent contributions. We will now have a 50-minute lunch break, and we will see you back again at 2 p.m. for the final session of Nordic 2021. Thank you. Welcome back to our fourth and final session of Norsec 2021, with the topic The Arab Spring, a struggle for liberty, equality and brotherhood. I would like to remind you that it's possible to send in questions on our Slido platform by using the hashtag Norsec21, and please make sure to send in your questions before 3 p.m. if you want them to be included in the Q&A session. First off, Associate Professor Lars Gula from Oslo Metropolitan University will talk about attitudes, beliefs, and rule of law, growth or stagnation after the Arab Spring. Gula is a Norwegian philosopher. He is graduated with a doctorate in philosophy and is an associate professor at the Oslo Metropolitan University. From 2000 to 2005, he was Secretary General of the Norwegian Humanist Association. Welcome, Lars.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. And as mentioned, I've been asked to talk about attitudes, beliefs, and rule of law. And I understand these attitudes and beliefs to be religious beliefs in the main. But I start with the concept of rule of law. It has never been a strong factor in the Middle East and North Africa. This is a region distinguished with authoritarian monarchies and dictatorial presidents. So, in combination with corruption, fairly widespread corruption, which means that you are bending the law or you're bypassing the law, the rule of law has been very much absent in the Middle East. We have also seen impunity from crime and the abuse of power. Another example that the rule of law is absent. In a paradoxical sense, Iran, which we've heard more about earlier today, there is an emphasis on law, on Islamic law, draconian laws, but for religious reasons those laws are implemented. If we should call that the rule of law, is debatable, because we are not talking about the modern concept of rule of law based on human rights, international law. So, in short, the Middle East region has been characterized by human rights violations for decades, the absence of rule of law. And this did not change very much with the Arab Spring. The Arab Spring, as such, was a very broad protest movement, socially and politically. It brought hope to many for less corruption, less abuse, and more democracy, and dignity. Dignity was one of the slogans, very important slogan, in several countries, in particular Egypt and Syria. Explicitly and implicitly, the protests were demands for the rule of law. Less corruption means adherence to the law. Democratization means influence, the possibility of participating in the making of laws. And dignity means that you should be treated as a citizen, not as a subject. So these demands were not seen in contradistinction to faith, to Islam. Islam was not important in the beginning. People's faiths were not important. In general, people were and are still Muslims. But the Islamists, those who articulate a particular Islamic program for social change, political system, etc., were not in the forefront of the protests. In the beginning, it changed eventually. But the slogans were not religious in the beginning. When the Islamists started to take part in the protests, this changed. Not necessarily very much in the beginning, but to a certain extent. And the lack of response from the regimes, in many cases, gave the Islamist groups, the non-violent as well as the more violent jihadis, a more prominent position in the protests. But it is also important to keep in mind that there was considerable variation from country to country. Faith, religious beliefs are important to most people in the Middle East and North Africa, but not necessarily the fundamentalist or Islamist varieties of religious beliefs. And this distinction between ordinary, everyday faith, everyday beliefs, their religious attitudes, often rather conservative, and as a legitimation of tradition, is important to the majority of people in the Middle East. Secularists in the meaning of non-believers, atheists, are few and far between in the Middle East. However, the demand for secularization, accepting that faith is important for many people, but the state should not regulate religion, is a growing movement. And that is, in a sense, a secular movement, because it means that the state should stay away from religion and leave it to the individual to practice his or her faith. Most people are pragmatic or moderate, so to speak, in questions of faith and belief. Nevertheless, over the last 50 years or so, at least since the middle or end of the 1960s, there has been a growth in the influence of Islamist groups, both the peaceful and eventually the jihadi groups. This influence, this increasing influence, represents a critique of the established systems. So this was a pre-Arab Spring form of protest, that such groups gathered strength over time. And the rulers have seen this as a challenge, and they have increased their religious emphasis. They have tried to legitimate their rule by religious references, by making laws seemingly in accordance with Islamic beliefs. So this influence of faith over time was not stopped nor reversed by the Arab Spring, even though the Arab Spring itself was mainly a non-religious protest movement in the beginning. So, we have seen the entrenchment of religious norms in different parts of legislation over the years, especially in family law. That is where the state does not mind giving over to the religious institutions to implement religious norms. But criminal law and other forms of legislation, the rulers have kept to themselves. But this increased religious influence on certain parts of law has had as a consequence an entrenchment of the discrimination of women. It has meant freezing gender roles, making it more difficult for women to participate in all spheres of society. There has been a growing emphasis on blasphemy and the illegality of blasphemy. And we have states in the Middle East where there is the death penalty, but at least there are crackdowns, there are jail sentences for people who coming forth as atheists, non-believers, or are seen as blasphemers. And we have also seen an increasing, but this is something that varies over time, but we have seen increasing persecution of gays. Let me just give a brief overview of a few countries in this process since the Arab Spring. In Tunisia, we saw definite democratization. And the important thing here is that the most influential Islamist party, the Brotherhood variety, Muslim Brotherhood variety in Tunisia, called Ennahda, under the leadership of Rashid Ghannouchi, refrained from using violence and had done so for a number of years. They became a very important party. Between 30 and 40% of the electorate supported them. But Ghannouchi accepted the rules of democracy, could partake in government with non-religious parties, and also accept defeat at the polls. So this was actually a very encouraging sign. It was an example of peaceful, democratic, accepting Islamists. But they had competition. They had competition from more undefinable groups that was meddling in the social and political chaos also seen in Tunisia. So eventually Tunisia produced perhaps the largest contingent of foreign fighters traveling to Syria as the conflict in Syria developed. But not only did they have a very large contingent of both male and female Syria travelers, they also had a problem with, and you could say still have a problem with, Islamist terrorism at home. So the problems that have caused these developments have not disappeared. And of lately we have heard of new demonstrations against the government, not now a regime but a government, because of poverty, because of lack of economic progress. So the fundamental problems in Tunisian society has not been solved, but hopefully they can be taken care of within the newly established democratic framework in Tunisia. Egypt, the total opposite. From dictatorship to dictatorship, with a small interregnum of an Islamist rule, democratically elected, overwhelmingly elected actually. So now the situation is worse than before. There is definitely no rule of law, more political prisoners, more political sentencing if you are brought to trial in Egypt than before. And at the same time, Sisi, the dictator in Egypt, is also trying to use religion to legitimate his position by forbidding atheism and also by attacking gays. Arrested when they meet and persecuted and so on. Iraq, the other end of the Middle East from North Africa. After the fall of Saddam Hussein in 2003, there has been a very, very slow process of democratization. The Arab Spring as such also had some repercussions in Iraq, but Iraq was more involved with its own internal conflicts, tensions, problems, uprisings and protests. With the growth of Al-Qaeda in Iraq, turning into the Islamic State of Iraq. On the other hand, the majority, the Shia groups, have had a very great influence in politics, but the coalition or the system in Iraq is not overtly religious, simply because it has to cater for Kurds, Sunni Arabs, and the majority Shia Arabs. But we see Shia militias. The parties all often maintain militias, so they do have influence on everyday politics. And corruption is still an important and problematic part of the situation in Iraq, which means that rule of law is limited. And of lately, since the defeat of the Islamic State, we are seeing kangaroo courts against alleged former fighters of the Islamic State. They have not proper trials, and they are swiftly executed. So this is making a mockery of any legal system. Syria was a brutal dictatorship, and it has turned even more brutal. No rule of law, which has been compounded by the civil war with extrajudicial killings, disappearances, and so on. The conflict has become more and more religious. And this is interesting because the Ba'ath regime in the beginning has presented itself as a modern secular movement, although the ethno-religious minority of the Alawites had a prominent position within the regime. This was downplayed. During the civil war, it has come to the forefront, and especially the opposition, as it grew more and more religiously oriented, has said that we are fighting unbelievers. The Alawites, a so-called theologically extremist sect within Shia Islam, not accepted as Muslims at all. And it's very interesting that even the so-called Free Syrian Army, consisting of numbers of groups, small and large militia groups, for the most part used religious symbols, icons, slogans to mark their identity. Even though they said, we are in favor of democracy, we are secularists, etc. It simply was not true. So the religious dimension has become the important one in Syria, with the emphasis of the two large, not the only, but the two largest groups, Jabhat al-Nusra, Al-Qaeda, and the Islamic State that also moved into the chaotic situation in Syria. So the civil war created room for the Islamic State and the caliphate that was proclaimed in 2014, and that was the springboard for its offensive. The room that the Islamic State established for itself in Syria made it possible for them to return from where they came, Iraq, and also conquer large parts of Iraq in the summer of 2014. So even with the defeat of the opposition, it is definitely now the regime that is on the offensive in Syria. The ethno-religious conflict will not only remain, but will have grown in strength and relevance for the future of Syria. Unfortunately, the Sunni majority against the Alawite minority will remain a very, it is a recipe for future instability. So, the overall picture. The Arab Spring did not cause the increased influence of religion in politics. It was there already. It was a general trend that we had seen growing over several decades. First in the form of Muslim Brotherhood ideology and groups, and then more smaller jihadi groups, but they gained influence over politics to a certain extent. This was also a result of Saudi politics exporting the Wahhabi variety of Islam, a Salafi variety of Islam, through its oil wealth, not emphasizing it inside Saudi Arabia, but supporting oppositional groups in the countries in the Middle East. The jihad in Afghanistan was also an important factor in the growth of Islamist groups in the Middle East. And all of this resulted, in particular, the intervention in Afghanistan, supported by a number of Arab countries, Egypt and Saudi Arabia in particular, resulted in a Frankenstein's monster, we could say, because it turned back on them. Al-Qaeda became an oppositional group both to Saudi Arabia and to Egypt. and it turned into global Salafi jihadism, which is a factor, and we have heard throughout this conference that we have to see it as remaining a factor in the Middle East and even globally, not only in the Arab world, but also larger parts of the Muslim world, and it could continue to represent a violent or terrorist threats also in other parts of the world. So, while the Arab Spring, the initial causes and inspiration was in many ways secular demands against corruption, for the rule of law, more democracy, regime change. When the Islamists joined the protests, they did not succeed in establishing religious rule, neither in Tunisia or Egypt, nor Syria, Iraq. Actually, in no countries the Islamists have been successful in taking over the movement. Nevertheless, the underlying causes for the Arab Spring are still there, even to an increased degree. Oppression breeds opposition. It can take time before it erupts, but oppression will result in counter forces. So, while Islamists could present itself as a real alternative to the established order before 2011, this has become more problematic since they did not succeed. They could not take over the movement, and they could not establish themselves. So perhaps that is a glimmer of hope for the future, that the future protests will be more secular in its orientation. But the continued tension between conservative traditions, established religious mores, Islamism, and modernization and secular values and institutions, these tensions between these factors are still there. They are not going away. And these countries, these peoples in the Middle East will combat these tensions. They will strive with these tensions. So in combination with socioeconomic problems, these tensions indicate that we will see more problems and perhaps a new Arab Spring in the Middle East. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Lars. Next, Charlotte Lisa will talk about women's role and rights in a patriarchal society after the Arab Spring, focusing on Saudi Arabia. Charlotte Lisa is a postdoctoral researcher at the Norwegian Center for Human Rights in the project REFARAB, Refugees and the Arab Middle East, Protection in States Not Party to the Refugee Convention. Lisa's PhD project explored how women in Qatar and Saudi Arabia challenge patriarchal structures through playing football and the social and political significance of the sport. Welcome, Charlotte.
Thank you so much, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. I will spend the next 20 minutes talking about women's role, situation, and rights in a patriarchal society after the Arab Spring. Now, needless to say, a variety of conversations could be had under this subject. And I will not, for example, talk much about women's role in the protest movements of 2011. I will not directly focus on how Arab Spring as a movement have affected women's rights. Rather, I will attempt to outline some general trends and offer some points to consider when we are talking about women's rights, role, situation, and patriarchy. So despite the various experiences and developments in the countries of the Middle East under and after the Arab Spring, I will outline some general points or problems to consider when discussing women's rights in the Middle East. I'm not making this case to generalize, rather the opposite, as I will return to, but acknowledging that the Arab Spring have in one way or the other left its trace on the whole region. And without saying that developments of the current situation is a direct result of the Arab Spring, the Arab Spring is a central part of the historical background. For example, the events of 2011 have influenced a generation, and also how leaders assess rights movement as a threat to stability, to power. So I will use this session to discuss some overarching critical points to take into consideration when addressing these issues as students, researchers, policymakers, activists, journalists, diplomats, or generally interested. I am doing this from a Norwegian perspective, that is from an outsider's perspective, and not in any way speaking on behalf of all of the various women in the region, but rather to those interested in knowing about or even influencing women's rights in the Middle East from afar. Before going into more overarching discussion, I will try to provide some general trends from some countries, and then finally illustrate this with examples from the much debated change taking place in Saudi Arabia in recent years. So next slide, please. Women were active participants in the protest of the Arab Spring. Yet the general trend is that things are not looking much better for women 10 years later. Certainly, some positive developments have and continue to take place across the world, not only in the Middle East. For example, the maternal mortality rate declined by almost 50% in the Middle East and North Africa from 1990 to 2015. And if we take a look at the Global Gender Gap Index, for example, published by the World Economic Forum, that rates gender equality in countries all over the world based on a large number of factors within the areas of politics, health, education, and economy. Next slide, please. If we take a look at these developments in some randomly chosen countries in the region over the last 15 years, and I've included Norway here for reference, we can see a small positive trend in some countries such as Tunisia, but it also illustrates the difficulties of talking about women's rights in general and the range of factors actually sorting under this topic. So take Yemen, which is actually the country ranked last among the 153 countries included. This graph shows a certain progress in Yemen after the Arab Spring, maybe related to the inclusion of women in political processes, which is good. Inclusion of women in political processes is important. But the fact that Yemen today is going through a brutal civil war that is described as the largest humanitarian crisis in the world, the overall situation for women cannot be said to be significantly improved. Saudi Arabia makes some progress in the index after 2012, again likely to relate to the rise of number of women in the appointed Shura Council, from 0 to 20% of the members, which is good, but again, the Shura Council is an advisory board, and its political power is very limited. Looking at Syria, the effects of war is clearly illustrated in the trend, but notice also how the trend was already negative before the onset of the Arab Spring. So this illustrates the difficulties of measuring and discussing this topic in general. In a comment to Al Jazeera regarding a proposed bill changing the personal status law in Egypt, gaining a lot of criticism for reversing certain rights for women, lawyer and women's rights activist Abul Kumsan illustrate these complexities and sometimes contradictions in the development of women's rights. Next slide, please. And I quote, "In Egypt, we have female ministers in all fields. These women can sign contracts on behalf of the state worth millions of dollars, but under this law, they wouldn't even have the right to contract their own marriages unless they were previously married." So 10 years after the Arab Spring, it's difficult to make the case that women's rights and situation is significantly improved in general. In some areas and some countries, there's progress, while in others the situation is worse. Many of the countries is affected by war, economic problems, and increased authoritarianism. It is well known that overall negative developments like these also have a tendency to affect women and women's rights in an even more negative way. Therefore, it is important that we consider women's rights and participation not only as a result of struggle for democracy, peace, and human rights. Women and women's rights need also to be an integral part of these processes. Colleagues at the University of Oslo, for example, has found that civil war is less likely to erupt when women are active participants in political processes. Or to Paraphrase. The struggle for women's rights cannot be separated from a greater struggle for human rights, peace, and democracy. Next slide, please. So, returning to the topic of this talk and the need to address the concept of patriarchal society. Now, in my experience, when put forward in this context, patriarchal tend to be a substitute for Muslim. Religion has, historically and today, played a significant role in promoting and upholding various patriarchal structures. But patriarchy and patriarchal structures cannot be reduced to something existing solely among the others, and it needs to be defined. Simply put, a patriarchal system is one that favors men's rights over women. In scholarly debates about the Middle East, age is also often considered a factor. In other words, patriarchal in this context then describes structures that subordinate the rights of women to that of men, and those of the young to that of the older generation. Or to put it another way, giving a certain power to men over women and to the older over young. So when speaking of patriarchal society then, or rather I would say patriarchal societies, plural, we are speaking of structures reflecting the idea that the man is the protector of women. Patriarchy is not, however, something that only exists in social structures, away from those of formal power. Present in much reform rhetoric, for example, speaking of women's rights, in particular, or even civic rights in general, is the idea of the state or the leader as the patriarch, the one granting certain rights, and within the framework of protection of its citizens. Think only of head of states referring to themselves as fathers, or to citizens as daughters or sons of the country. I'm going to give one example from Qatar to illustrate this. So in Qatar, alcohol is served in restaurants and bars, operating in relation to hotels. In bars, a dress code prohibits wearing a traditional outfit for males, something that is common. An ID is controlled at the entrance. I'm not talking about nightclubs here, but normal bars and pubs. Qatari female citizens are by official regulations not allowed to enter bars. This is trivial, perhaps, but it's also a very vivid example of how, in a patriarchal system, protection of men's moral is seen as an individual responsibility, while protection of women's moral is a collective duty and responsibility of the society or the state. So, if the state then grants certain rights to women, patriarchal structures in society can still affect greatly to what degree many women can actually claim these rights. For example, a recent survey by Peace Research Institute in Oslo and Georgetown University found that about half of men in Egypt and Iraq believes that it's unacceptable for women to work outside of the home. If simply aimed at removing formal barriers for female labor participation or increasing the number of women in education, reforms are not likely to be very successful if not also addressing such informal barriers. Rights granted by a state might not be a departure from patriarchy then, but can also mean just shifting the power from one patriarchal structure to another. Changing the laws and providing formal rights, such as to work, is important and might have effect both immediately and in affecting attitudes in a long-term perspective. But it is also not necessarily enough. So in Qatar, women outnumber men in higher education, but only 37% of Qatari women are active in the workforce compared to 69% of men. Another example from Qatar is that of sport. From my own research, in 2010, the same year Qatar won the bid to host the 2022 FIFA Men's World Cup, a national women's football team was established. But the team struggled with recruiting players for many reasons, including norms concerning the exposure of women. There are many women in Qatar eager to play football, but elite initiatives such as the national team did not facilitate participation in a way that was possible. Instead, young women formed their own grassroots football league. Since 2015, the national team has not even been active enough to appear on international rankings. So the point is, when pushing for rights in other countries, We are often focused on rapid, visible results. Such top-down approaches runs the risk not only of not addressing underlying patriarchal structures, but also pushing individual women to the front and leaving the actual risk to her, as was the case for women in Qatar if they played for the national team. In addition, a focus on patriarchal structures must not result in a deterministic explanation of patriarchal structures in all matter concerning women's role, situation, and rights. Racism, economy, class, geography, religion are all structures affecting women, women's situation, and their rights in multiple ways. This is not to say we should not talk about patriarchy. As a feminist, I must certainly think we should. But that the approach needs to be intersectional. That is, take into consideration different structures affecting women in different ways. Which brings me to the next point, and next slide, please. Women in patriarchal societies, or in the Middle East, are far from a homogeneous group. Her experience and opportunities, lack of informal or formal rights, will differ a lot if she's an urban Saudi citizen, a rural Egyptian, a Syrian refugee, or a Filipino domestic worker in Kuwait. Not to mention if she's queer, disabled, belonging to a religious or ethnic minority. This might seem obvious, but if wanting to understand or contribute to a struggle for women's rights, it is in fact crucial. A simplistic or crush the glass ceiling approach to women's rights might benefit middle-class, well-educated women and significantly improve their rights and opportunities as women. But to ensure long-term lasting rights for all women, deeper political, economic and social structures need to be part of the equation. Next slide, please. Moving on to the final part, I will use the remaining minutes to talk about much debated changes in Saudi Arabia. Now I'm using change here. That's not a coincidence, as reform is a more normative word. Change, on the other hand, is simply a description of change, positive or negative, that is going on in Saudi Arabia, especially pertaining to laws and rights for women. As you know, Saudi Arabia was not affected by the Arab Spring in the degree that many other states in the region was. There was no change in leadership or political structures in relation to the Spring. Yet, and I'm sure it has been clear from earlier sessions, the Arab Spring have influenced the whole region one way or the other. Saudi Arabia is also the focus of my own research, so that's convenient to talk about Saudi Arabia as well. What I will focus on now, and to illustrate some of the general points, is changing women's formal rights over the last years. Saudi Arabia has a reputation of being among the worst countries for women. Now, this highlights again a difference between whether we are speaking of women's rights or women's situation. One reason for Saudi Arabia's reputation is the level of institutionalization of patriarchal structures, as exemplified through recently abandoned practices such as a ban on women's driving and the guardianship system. In short, the guardianship system, as it was practiced, left certain authorities over women with a male family member. This included the need for permission to obtain a passport to travel. Such an institutionalized, bureaucratic, patriarchal system affects women differently. If you are a woman with good relations to your guardian and a high degree of self-determination within the family, it might simply be experienced as a formality. Perhaps a degrading one, but still a formality. If, on the other hand, you are a victim of domestic violence, or in other ways in an abusive relation, the story is a completely different one. So abolishing the guardianship system and other similar regulations is extremely important for the situation of many women and far from superficial. But still, the structures remaining leaving both formal and informal power with men over women in their life. Another aspect worth discussing is that of segregation. Gender segregation is in a Norwegian discourse often talked about as a tool for suppressing women. The premise for this is thinking of the public space reserved for men as a real or important space, while female public spaces are subordinate. In some cases, this is true, in others, it's not. Now, I'm not making the case for gender segregation here, but rather addressing some of the paradoxes as Saudi Arabia are moving away from gender segregation. Saudi Arabia could afford gender segregation. Maintaining two different separate spheres, including workspaces, universities, even separate bank departments, is expensive. Segregated spaces was a way of accommodating women, intended to provide opportunities for public participation, education and work for women that this would otherwise not be an option for because of unwillingness to mix with men, based in personal beliefs or social norms. In Saudi Arabia, this was also not simply provided as an alternative, but rather a requirement for participation. Again, pointing to the state as the enforcer of patriarchal structures. So even if for some women segregation has been a prerequisite for real opportunities, views differ greatly on this as many other matters. In the 2015 municipality elections, when women was for the first time allowed to run for office or for seats, 21 women were elected for councils around the country. At least one female member resigned, however, within a year, giving segregation as the reason. She could not, she argued, do what she was elected for and influence the decisions and discussions of the council, as she had been forced to follow the meetings via video link from a separate room as the only female member. When in 2015 women was given the right to vote in these elections and run as representatives, this was an important symbolic development. However, when talking about the right to vote, this cannot be done without considering that the system is not a democratic one, but rather monarchical, where these elected bodies have extremely limited influence. So rather than, we need to consider that while developments and increased rights brings real changes to many women, this still happens within an undemocratic system. And as many of you know, many women's rights activists and others in Saudi Arabia have been arrested while these changes are taking place in a manner that we have never seen before. So shifting some formal powers from male family members, it is important and significant, but it needs to be understood as also happening within another patriarchal, authoritarian context. To conclude, in Egypt, for example, the problem of sexual harassment has maybe gained more attention after 2011, but the anti-harassment movement has also been criminalized along with rights movements in general by an increasingly authoritarian regime. So next slide, please. In this context, it is crucial to remember that women's rights are also political rights and human rights. And if wanting to understand or influence women's rights in another country, it is therefore crucial not only to engage with the local women, but also turn the eye to our own politicians and their role in supporting and maintaining structures of oppression elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte, Lisa. Next up, Johan Christian Meyer from the Norwegian Embassy of Niger and Chad will talk about migration and displacement after the Arab Spring. Meyer works in the Foreign Service, currently stationed at the Norwegian Embassy in Bamako. From 2008 to 2015, he was responsible for refugee issues in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He will talk about migration issues based on his experiences from that time, but also draw on experiences from Afghanistan and the Sahel. Welcome, Johan.
Thank you. Let me say that I am in Norway now. I'm on leave, but I'm basically working at the Norwegian embassy in Bamako, Mali, and covering Niger and Chad from there. The big narrative, looking from a migration and displacement lens, talking about the Arab Spring, will be basically that of the implosion in Libya and the explosion in Syria, and how that affected migration streams that were actually there in the first place. I mean, there had been huge refugee flows before the Arab Spring, and there still are. But the Arab Spring affected the sort of the dynamic of this, and it did that in various phases, where you will always have two factors. You will have the push factor and you will have the pull factor, and how they played out in reality is what I want to say something about. Let me just say that when I talk about migration and displacement here, there is a continuum. People are moving for very different reasons, and normally we talk about migration as being voluntarily and displacement as being forced. So forced displacement or forced migration. And in these migration flows we have, you know, a mixture of a lot of people with different status. I've chosen this picture to start with because it's like iconic. It's the image we have of the migration flow in, I think, 2014. That's when it all started to take on huge dimensions. I mean, you had this people crossing the oceans even before that, and it started out actually from Africa to Spain in the early 2000s. But then when the Arab Spring hit us, it started to get very serious, and it started to also there was huge arrivals and at Lampedusa. So this is my first picture, just to remind us what we're talking about. If I may have the next slide, please. This is also a sort of dangerous territory, namely the desert, the Sahara. And many of the people who, after the Arab Spring, came to try to cross the Mediterranean and enter Europe, actually first had to cross the Sahara, which is also very dangerous. And this picture, by the way, it's a picture taken from the book written by Fabrizio Gatti called Bilal, which is a story he tells when he travels from Senegal to Mali, Niger, and Libya, trying to come to Europe as a sort of an undercover journalist, the Günther Wallraff, you may say, of that time. And he tells a story. It happens in 2007, and this came as a surprise to me when I read it, because I thought this was, you know, more recent. But it just shows that this has been going on for a long time. Next slide, please. This is something very typical. It's a refugee camp in Kenya, and it's, in a way, it sort of confirms our beliefs about refugees, that they're all living in camps. But it is more or less, I mean, a lie. Most refugees do actually, they are not recognized as people living in camps. They are surviving in urban slums and their lives. It's very difficult to differentiate them, and this is the point I also want to. I hope to stay with you, that these people, they are people, but they have very different status according to where they are in a migration trajectory. And I want to illustrate this by the next slide, please, which is a map of Africa. And this is a map showing what happened to the people who lived in Libya when the Gaddafi regime fell. And this was in 2011, as you may recall, just after Tunisia. And what happened then, Libya was a destination country, a country attracting a huge number of people who sought work. They were regular migrants and irregular migrants. But when you had the implosion in Libya, there was a need to evacuate these people, and I should say quite successfully, the International Organization for Migration and the UNHCR, the refugee agency, they cooperated to evacuate people. And where did they go? If you see the dark countries there, these are the countries where you have most people being evacuated, and they actually had to go many had to go all the way to Bangladesh. Many had to go to Egypt. You can see Chad there. You can see Mali, Morocco. So this was the first sort of after the Arab Spring, the first people movement that happened. And then, of course, just after the events in Tunisia, there were quite a few Tunisians, mainly young men, single men, going to Lampedusa, and this also was a pattern that was then repeated later. Now comes Syria, and Syria was, as I said, the big explosion. It started gradually, and what you had is what you see in many countries, that you start with people being displaced internally. But after a while, they decided to go where they could go to seek protection. They went to Lebanon, they went to Jordan, they went to Turkey. And by then, there was a reluctance in Norway and Europe and in many countries to do something, because, well, we were not sort of rigged for a mass intervention. We tried, as we always will try to do, to solve issues where they are, where they happen, and hope for the best. And those who took the burden of the migration by then, or the displacement, was the neighboring countries. Maybe I can have the next slide. This is to show that the migration crisis, even though it was the huge numbers were Syrians, there were other people sort of taking advantage of what happened, especially with the new routes that appeared, and the traffic across the Mediterranean. And many of them came from Africa, and that's where I'm based now, so I could say a little bit more about that. But basically what I want to say is this slide show the routes. We talk normally of 3 routes: the western, which is the one that was used by the early 2000s, the eastern, which has been used for a long time, mainly for people traveling from Somalia, from Eritrea, also from DRC, Sudan, and so forth. And the new route that really took a huge number of migrants after the implosion of Libya is the middle route, going through Sahara, through Niger, which is basically a transit country, and up to Libya. Maybe I can have the next slide. Now, this is after a while, as you may recall, after that there were huge problems in Lebanon, in Jordan, in Turkey, and an increasing sort of political pressure in these countries for Europe to intervene, and also in the European countries themselves to address the issues, which were massively humanitarian. There was a start of acceptance of, having refugees arriving in Europe as well, and this map here shows the countries taking the main burden. You don't see Jordan and Lebanon there, but you see Turkey in black, and you see some of the Central European states, Germany and Sweden. Now, the reason why Sweden is in black is that this is a map that shows the percentage of refugees per capita in the countries. But I mean, the big country that took the huge amounts of refugees back then was, as you know, Germany, and was a result of Angela Merkel's Wir schaffen das. And this is when the pull factor turns in. This is I should say, I cannot recall exactly when it was said. I would assume that She said this in August or September 2015. This was a big turning point. And that's when the pull factor takes over the push factor. And that's when it opens up for all these other countries, all the people in the countries of difficulties, not only in Africa, as I talked about, the Middle East, but also in Afghanistan. And I was in Afghanistan by then, and I saw how this affected the community in that country in that fall. People actually leaving university, people leaving, well-paid jobs to go to Europe because all of a sudden there was an opening, there was an opportunity that wasn't there. So people base their choices on opportunities, and all of a sudden there was this what I call the pull factor. In Norway back then, you may recall that we had a big discussion politically whether we should take refugees as resettle refugees, gjenbosetningsflyktninger, as we say, and 5 political parties voted in favor of 10,000 of Syrian refugees being accepted as quota refugees back then. And this has also been presented as a pull factor. I don't know if that is the case, but there was a very good communication among the smugglers and among the mainly young male population, where to go and when to go and how to go, and that did affect the big sort of migration pattern as well. Maybe we could go a little further on the slide, next slide, showing. This might not be a very good slide, but I just want to show the one on the right side there. The picture, the figures for 2014 shows, the number of refugees per capita in individual countries, and the one that took the most refugees per capita back then was Hungary. And I thought that was quite revealing because. As you know, the events in Hungary since, and maybe already back then, hasn't been very positive for refugees, and this affected Hungary also politically. And this is a point, I don't know if anyone else want to comment on this afterwards, but I think the point is important that the refugee influx in Europe did affect us politically in many countries. I would make the point that we probably wouldn't have seen Brexit if this hadn't happened, and we wouldn't have seen the turn of politics to right-wing politics in Eastern Europe to the same extent as we did if it hadn't been for the migration. Now, next slide, please. This is to show. This is also very complicated, but I just want to show. To let you know that, on the left-hand side you have the countries of origin. On the right-hand side you have the countries of destination. And even though we present this as a European problem, it basically is not a European problem, because most people who fled Syria and Afghanistan, which are the 2 big countries of origin, they ended up not in Europe, they ended up in other countries, like, as I already said, in the Middle East, of the Syrian refugees. But the Afghans, for example, ended up in Pakistan and Iran. And if you look at that list on the right-hand side, there is not one single European country. They are all classified as others, and there are still quite a few numbers. But even those few numbers did have a huge effect in Europe. Yeah, next slide, please. This is just to show a little bit the situation in Norway, and I thought that it's interesting to see that there is a not immediate effect of the Arab Spring on refugee asylum seekers applying for asylum in Norway. It comes in 2014, and it's the big figures are from Syrians, and the next one is from Afghanistan. Next, please. This is also to bring things in perspective. this is actually showing the number of people migrating to Norway being refugees in comparison with the others. And the others are people who search for ordinary workers, migrant workers, and family reunifications. And the refugees is the third largest group, even in 2015. So it brings things into perspective. Next, please. Now, I took this picture of this book by Samuel Huntington to talk about some root causes. Turning back to the push factors, we talk about conflict and human rights violations as one of the drivers of migration. I think that applies. I mean, it definitely applies to Syria. There's no doubt about it. I mean, they were all war refugees, and they qualified as asylum seekers simply because they could not be returned. It would be unsafe. They did not need an individual asylum application determination. They were classified as refugees as such. But if you again look at the big picture, why people are fleeing, are moving, it's not always about conflict and human rights violations. So maybe I can have the next slide. And to return to where I come from, Sahel, this is a picture from Niger, just north of Niamey. It shows the territory they live in, people striving with desertification. This is a huge problem. The number of people living off, farming and herding in the Sahel, it's basically like 80%. It's a number that is growing all the time, partly because of enormous population growth, and also affected by climate change. And this is not sustainable. People are living on less and less earth and striving to make an outcome, and poverty is increasing, and there are lots of health issues and other issues. In addition, there is the importation of Islam, returning to the issue that was raised by Lars Kule. Islam has always been there, but in Sahel it came with after the fall of Gaddafi was an increase of violent sectarian extremism, and together with that came Islam as a factor intervening with local conflicts. Morten Bøhls talked about this yesterday, about the ethnic conflicts that were already there, and they are being used by the Islamist organizations to create alliances and to get a foothold on these countries. So this is not all about natural disasters and poverty and desertification. It's about conflict being induced by the resource, the conflict of resources, and especially between the farmers and the herders. This is a huge issue, and has always been in Africa. But they have always solved the issue by negotiating and by having their traditional leaders meet and so forth. But it's been compounded by the fact, I think I should mention three factors: population growth, climate change, and these Islamist groups. So by now it's getting worse and worse. So this is just to show that the push factors are many, and they are still with us. And even though the Arab Spring has come to an end, we may say, the problems are not over, by no means. So if I may say a little bit more about, I don't know how much time I have left now. 5 minutes, okay. Push and pull, these are the big explanations. But of course, if you want to explain how these particular people end up exactly there, and when and how and who they are, I think it's fair to say that there are many factors deciding that. And one of the main probably, and Paul Collier, which is a researcher, famous researcher, has made this book, this point in the book called Exodus, that the only way you can control migration is by migration, by immigration control, so that it's not possible actually to stop migration by fighting poverty in the countries of origin, because if people have more resources, they will also be more likely to leave their countries of origin. I think this point is to say that those who leave are not the poorest. It's not the trapped populations who leave. It's those who have some resources, some family connections, some money, also some connections to the diaspora in the countries of destination, who has the contact to the networks, who are able to pay the smugglers. These are mainly, had always been, I should say, and still are, young male people with some professional skills, and the most likely to succeed. I saw this in Afghanistan as well, that, as I mentioned, people leaving their paid jobs to do that. In Afghanistan, it's like become like a tradition. If you're a big family, you can actually make an investment in your sons. If you have like several, you can send one to Taliban, you can send one to Europe, and you can keep one at home. It's a sort of safeguarding. It sounds a little cynical, but that is actually how people make a survival in hard times. I think I'll stop here, and maybe we can continue during the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Johan Christian Meyer, for your reflections on this important topic. Now we will have a short 10-minute break before we continue our Q&A session. finally, on today's program, we have a panel discussion with Q&A moderated by Rikke Agerup, Communications Advisors at the Norwegian Institute for International Affairs. Rikke Agerup has worked as a journalist and reporter in several media companies, including TV2 and the Norwegian Broadcasting Corporation. She has also written for NRC magazine Perspektiv from various parts of the world, including Brazil and North Korea. Rikke has a bachelor's degree in journalism and a master's degree in international relations, where she has worked mostly with International Climate Cooperation. Welcome.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I want to thank Yata for having us and for organizing this very important and interesting conference over the last couple of days. And thank you so much to the three of you, Johan, Charlotte and Lars, for very interesting and enlightening talks here today. Up until you started today, the conference has mainly focused on the big political picture during and after the Arab Spring. Now, however, we'll try to zoom a little bit in and narrowing our focus towards the people living in these areas today. These are the people that 10 years ago took to the streets and turned their frustration into hope, which led to numerous and massive protests that often ended up quite bloody. And so we'll dig a little bit more into the lives of these people today, 10 years after they stood up and fought for what was then their hopes and dreams. In your presentations, you have painted a not all bright picture of these people's situations today. And I want to start to ask you, Lars, you absolutely touched upon it in your presentation, but can you say a little bit more about the frustrations that caused the protests 10 years ago? To what degree are the same frustrations still alive and present among people in these areas today?
The backgrounds, the poverty, the oppression, the corruption, lack of human rights, lack of dignity are still there. So we can only assume that the same frustrations also exist. But on the other hand, the oppression could mean that people are despondent. They have given up for the time being. Because the oppression does not allow even smaller demonstrations, civil societies, organizations are controlled. So it's hard to assess to what degree it's still boiling. We can assume that sooner or later it will start to boil in the sense that protests will be organized, etc. But currently that is hard to say. I mean, there is an ongoing still civil war in Syria. So we know that there are protests there. But this is a very specialized protest where those who are remaining on the opposition side are the armed opposition of the Islamists. The Free Syrian Army has gone for all intents and purposes. There were local coordination committees belonging to the opposition. Their status is, we don't hear much about them. So it seems that the regime has gained control and then oppression follows. And Egypt is a case in point. In Tunisia, we have just recently seen protests. They are ongoing. People are fighting with the police against poverty. So there the protests, their frustration is flaring up. But in the other places, probably the frustration is building because the factors causing frustration are still there.
Charlotte, in general, you can say that women are often more affected by when crisis occurs, such as under the pandemic now or with the climate change. Is it your view that women are more affected or vulnerable to the consequences of the Arab Spring than their male counterparts? And if so, could you say something about how?
I mean, again, I think that's a very general question, and I think Lars summed up a lot of the developments very well as well. And of course, it depends if the country you're in is one that's affected by war, for example, because or conflict. You have the problem with sexual violence in conflict. That is a big problem, not only in the Middle East but in conflict situations. Increase of child marriages in terms of crisis, including after the COVID pandemic. So I think in general, I mean, it depends. Women are affected by these developments in different ways as well as economic. Women's situation is generally worse if the economic situation is worse. Authoritarian. I mean, just to pick up on what Lars was saying with increased authoritarian tendencies in many countries, as Egypt, for example, where you did have a lot of attention, as I mentioned in my talk as well, on sexual harassment, for example, after and during the Arab Spring. There was a lot of movements with this, where the leader of one of the movement was very recently imprisoned and placed under travel ban, and you've had this kind of securitization of rights movements, or increased securitization of rights movements that also affect women's movements, because again, women's movements are also rights movements. So it differs. It differs on the context, but in general, I'd say increased authoritarianism, economic downturn, conflict, war. These are situations that do affect women negatively as well, and situations that we're seeing in many countries after the Arab Spring.
Yeah, as you said, when we're talking about this huge area, it will be the questions will be a bit general, so you'll answer what you can. But so I guess that some of your answers now is also applicable to my next question. We just this week we marked the 8th of March and fought for the issues remaining here at home. What is the main issues that women in the Middle East are fighting for now?
Again, many issues, and some of them directly related to other rights movements, of course. And I think, I mean, it's difficult to me to sit here and be the one who's saying what's most important. I think economic independence, of course, is a very central thing, and struggle, and also the personal status laws affecting the right to divorce, inheritance, violence, domestic violence. So these kind of rights and laws are also, as I mentioned, in relation to recent debates in Egypt, are ongoing and also like high on the agenda, I would say. Now with the 8th of March, it's probably some of the most immediate concerns. I would say just try to to be more concrete and draw on some certain specific cases.
I want to include questions from the audience. This is from Kroknes, and it's asked to you, but you may also jump in here if you want to. How flexible are gender roles within the context of Islam? Are imams and other scholars open to modernizations similar to those that happened in European history? Do you want to answer?
I mean, I think I can comment, and then I think I want to ask Lars to comment as well. But again, it depends. And in Saudi Arabia, for instance, the clerics is very close to the state. So developments in the state is also happening in accordance with the religious authorities. So if that's flexible or just inflexibility connected to a political system, I don't know. But of course, there's a wide range of ideas concerning these topics as well, including Islamic feminists and others. So it depends. Again, flexibility. It depends. I don't know. I think Lars might want to add on this.
Well, in general, the religious leaders are very conservative. And then, are they conservative in the sense that they are deciding the mores, the gender roles, or are they conservative because the population is conservative? And of course, this goes back and forth. They have a tremendous conservative tendency in many countries, and with poverty, increasing poverty, as we have seen amongst especially the refugees, but also in Yemen, the marriage age is sinking, especially for women. So while it is officially 16 to 18 years for women in very many states, it's not unusual to see that it is reduced to maybe 12, 14, puberty age, which is very serious. Now, is this condoned by the religious leaders, or is this something that people do out of desperation? Because you could think that, well, here we have a special situation, and the religious leaders could legitimize this with reference to Islam, where historically there has been an acceptance of the marriage of very young girls. But I think this is hard to say. I would say that the socio-economic factors are perhaps more important than the imams. And of course, on the other hand, you do have some progressive imams arguing for more equality against the oppression of women. But some years ago, and I think this was very interesting, the Queen in Jordan went into the lead against honor killings. And honor killings are, then women are targeted. That's the major problem. And the campaign was reinforced by religious leaders as honor killings has nothing to do with Islam. And still, they interviewed a judge, a secular judge, in the criminal system, and he said, to change the law on this matter, that you could exonerate a father or husband who killed his wife, said, no, this is our tradition. He did not refer to Islam. So there you had an example of a progressive religious leader, highest in the country, arguing against a certain tradition, very oppressive to women. And then you had other people saying, no, we don't care. It's our tradition. We cannot abandon this. You must understand a man whose honor has been insulted if his wife is unfaithful or suspected of infidelity and so on. So again, it is very hard to say one way or the other. And this is why I think it is a problem that Islam is seen as the cause of. Islam is often used to legitimize what is actually established by tradition, by other factors that are much more important than the religion itself.
We'll move on a little bit. Johan, you talked about how migration, or how the Arab Spring opened the migration route through Libya, and a huge part of the Syrian population was forced to flee. After this window of opportunity in 2015 that you talked about, the opportunities for many of these refugees or migrants are scarce. You showed a picture of typical refugee tents or camps, and said that this is maybe what we think about when we think about how these people live, but it's very often not the case. Can you say a little bit more about the situation that these people are living in now, and what the main challenges they are facing today are?
Well, this depends on whether you're talking about the people living in the Middle East, the neighboring countries, which is still is the majority of the Syrian refugees. Some are returning, of course, but many of them are trying to make a living in these countries: Turkey, Lebanon, Jordan. Jordan has established camps, so they are actually the country which has been most have had the most traditional response to the issue. At the same time, Jordan has a long tradition of hosting refugees. It started with the influx of Iraqi refugees after the wars in Iraq, and those who fled first were probably the most resourceful people. I mean, people with some funding as a basis and some professional skills, so they could make a living in Jordan. But then after a while, people with less resources came, and they were forced to stay in camps. And these camps have been turned into more or less functional cities now, actually, which is quite interesting. And the people go to Jordan's schools, and it's been, I think, it's sad to say, but it's probably the best example of a response in terms of taking care of people's need. In Turkey, there was at the beginning most Syrian refugees were welcome, and they were actually treated better than the refugees staying there already, like refugees from Iran and refugees from Afghanistan. And the reason is, I think, why Turkey treated them well to start with was that it was showing Assad that we care for these people and we are against you. And in Lebanon, that was a country that probably had the most problems immediately, because it's such a small country with huge political problems in the first place. So that situation hasn't changed much. It hasn't gone worse, but it hasn't changed. It's still like an issue. In Europe, there has been less influx and gradually immigration and inclusion of people have succeeded. So mostly people have been integrated now. There is still some return taking place, but not huge. I don't know if this answered your question.
Yes. Do you want to add something, Lars?
Yes, because the situation in Turkey is very interesting. As you say, they were treated well in the beginning, but they have become less and less popular, and they have become pawns in Turkey's game with Europe, especially after 2015, because of the agreement between the EU and Turkey to stop them, to prevent them from moving further into Europe. And I was in Turkey in February and March last year, and I was interviewing Syrian refugees from that had escaped from Islamic State territory. But while I was in Istanbul, we suddenly heard, I had a fixer who was helping me getting into contact with people, and I saw something of the saddest things I have ever seen, because he could follow on social media, now we can go, now we can go. They are putting up buses, they are sending us to Europe. And this was a ploy by Erdogan to put pressure on Europe. But the party literally put up buses. I went to one of the places and I saw these refugees, and it was, they were fighting to get on board these buses to be driven to the border to Greece. And I knew they were not going to get across. It was so sad, because they really got the hope. Because for them, Turkey, for very many Syrians in Turkey, it was just a middle stop. They were on their way somewhere else. And then it came on the news. Even in Norway, I followed also Norwegian news, and they reported about this. And of course, they didn't get across. The Bulgarians and the Greeks, they stopped them. So they were stuck at the border for a long time. Actually, what happened to them, I don't know. But they were not let into Europe. Then at the same time, I talked to these refugees who had come out of Syria, and I asked them, because Islamic State was defeated, do you want to go back? No. There is nothing there for us. They had been part of the opposition, but not part of the Islamic State. That's why they had left. So they feared going back, but more than fearing the political oppression, they saw no future in the devastated Syria. So it means that unless Erdogan manages to establish this corridor and fill it with Arabs and not Kurds along the border, and he might forcefully repatriate the refugees to this area, and again they become pawns in the larger regional political game, internal Turkish politics, etc. So I see a bleak future. While, as you said, at the same time, some have integrated well. They have found jobs. They have started businesses in Turkey. They are resourceful people. So some of them are doing fairly well. But with 4 or 5 million in Turkey, I mean, it's a bleak future for most of them.
And when you interviewed these people, how did you experience them? Like, what were their hopes for their future and their perceptions of their present?
Some of them, or most of them, had gotten jobs. So they were actually managing in Turkey. But others were, yeah, what will we do? We cannot go back. Seems tough in Turkey. So they were also sort of waiting in the middle, unclear situation. A bleak future, uncertain future, very uncertain future. So, yes.
Mm. I want to continue asking you, Lars. If you were to mention some key obstacles for achieving democracy in the Middle East right now, what would you say are the main obstacles, and how might these be overcome?
To be provocative, United States, the main obstacle.
Mm. How?
Of course, that's a simplification. But Western interventions, Western alliances with the dictators, with the authoritarian monarchies, etc., is obviously an obstacle. If this had been left to people, we had seen more change. But I mean, they as we have heard during this conference, with Trump's expression, "Where is my favorite dictator?" I mean, if it started with Obama, because if the Americans had accepted formally that it was a military coup that took place in Egypt, but they couldn't, because the American law says that we cannot have anything to do with a country where there is a military coup. So they avoided this in order to continue to support Egypt, which is a very important military strategical ally in the Middle East. So is Saudi Arabia. These are factors preventing democratization. But of course, there are the internal problems, old traditions, poverty, established power hierarchies. I mean, and they vary from country to country. So it's very hard to generalize and point to one factor. But I hope I provoke someone when I say that Western intervention, Western political positions is also an obstacle to democratization in the Middle East.
It's very interesting. I'll come back to that. I'll ask you first, Charlotte. You talked about patriarchal systems. In what degree do you see these structures as today serving as obstacles on the path to democracy in these countries? To the extent that it is possible to say something general, in what way do you see these structures hampering or blocking the changes people hoped to achieve when they took the streets 10 years ago?
Okay, that's a good question, and I think it's not one with an easy answer. But I do think, of course, I mean, if we're talking about democratization as the goal, and the degree patriarchal systems and structures are hindering democratization and more general rights movements. I would say definitely it's a part of the picture because it's still structures that have power to influence opportunities to engage in these processes of change, all from down to the family. I mean, if we're talking about what needs to happen for democratization to happen, I mean, institutions, education, freedom of organization, freedom of speech, and all of these things are affected by many factors, but also by patriarchal structures. I mean, in the family, if you have a patriarch in the family, or a society or a small village, or I mean, in Norway we have something similar. We call it bygdedyret. This kind of like control, small systems of control of what you can do and cannot do, is also a hinder for engaging in these kind of institutions, organizations, or processes as well, if it's not considered appropriate, or maybe even a threat to local power structures or power structures within the family, and so on. But also the patriarchal systems is not only one of in the family and in the society, is also one as part of political structures. The political state as a patriarchal state, and the patriarchal state is also fostering on crisis and on uncertainty, because in these kind of contexts you have this discourse rhetoric of the state as the protector, which is a very common argument for authoritarian leaders, right? So kind of like the patriarchal structure as the state of the protector of the citizens and the women. And again, with the harassment issue during the protest, the harassment was used to intimidate female protesters. Harassment was used also as an argument for not participating in protest, to scare women off from participating in protest. So I think it's intertwined, all of this. I mean, authoritarian system, patriarchal system, economic systems. It's different sides to the same story, perhaps.
Do either of you want to add something to that?
The middle class, as we have heard also during this conference, it is growing, and that is an important part of this. Too small middle class is a hindrance for democratization, but also a vibrant civil society is needed. And those two things go together. A middle class is not sophisticatingly defined, but simply as those who earn so much money that they are able to think ahead. You know, they don't have to concern themselves where is the next meal going to come from. They are those who are able to think, maybe we should have a holiday, maybe we should do this, maybe we should do that. Sorry. When that class of people is sufficiently large in a society, they will start to demand political freedom and participation. Taxation without participation, no. Taxation is unavoidable, therefore it is also unavoidable that we have a say. We should be able to organize political parties, participate properly. As you said, we need freedom of expression and rule of law. Those things in many ways follow from a middle class perspective, middle class activity, and a vibrant civil society. So those factors are developing, but still they are too small, except for Tunisia maybe, where you do have a vibrant civil society, a lot of NGOs. You do have that in other countries as well, not to the same extent and more controlled by the regimes.
We'll jump a little bit back to what you talked about before. We have to talk a little bit about the foreign powers, as you said, and also research shows that democratic reforms has to come from within. But do you see outside powers in any way being a part of the picture in terms of contributing to democracy or a democratic process in these countries?
Yes, of course, because Western powers, the United States, the EU, have huge influence through its diplomacy, through trade relations, and for that reason they can put pressure, diplomatic pressure, on the regimes. And when they do, it might have a significant effect. We have seen in specific cases, individual cases, that pressure has led to the release of political prisoners and so on. It has led to the organization of elections, perhaps not the freest elections, but still we are moving in the right direction. But I agree, the important thing, I mean, just think of our own country. 1814, we had our own constitution. Very few had the right to vote. It has taken us a couple of 100 years to establish the democratic institutions, and we're still not finished. We are continuing to strengthen and deepen our democracy, so we should not expect that it will come overnight in the Middle East. But it should be a gradual process where the Western world also can participate through pressure, encouragement, and so on. But very rarely through armed intervention. To remove a dictator like Saddam Hussein destroyed Iraq, and it will take Iraq still another 20 years. It's now about 20 years since the invasion, American-led invasion. It will take another 20 years before they are back to some sort of normal functioning. Libya, 10 years ago, the country was destroyed, and we might see some positive tendencies to establish a more democratic regime if the peace processes, negotiations going on will succeed. But armed intervention should be the absolutely last resort when we are talking about helping to establish democratic processes.
We'll do some more questions from the audience. And here's one for you, Johan. The education drain following the migration of young people of the likes of Tunisia and Lebanon, will this permit these countries to rebuild and evolve?
I think that's a good question, and it shows that there is some actually advantages of migration as well. The fact that people go abroad, go to Europe, go to other countries as well, and find work and can study there, means that they become sort of drivers of the economy back home. The diaspora, which is an important factor, and not only by sending money back home to their relatives, but also providing them with ideas and facilitating exchange. I think that has a huge potential for driving progress in these countries. Of course, there will always be there's also always the potential for people thinking that those who have succeeded in leaving the countries, they are traitors. They left us. Why should they have a say in our society? Meaning that those who were left behind are still more prone to the authority of traditional leaders. But I think there is a potential that people, when they have gone to Europe, might influence positively the remaining population, especially if the exchange can continue. But that means we have to open our borders and be more open for. And at these times when we live with the corona restrictions, there is not much prospect of moving on in this direction. But eventually that will give in.
And another question that's come in: how will the rising sea levels affect migration in the region?
That's a very good question. I actually worked quite a lot with that. Some years ago, we had an initiative taken by Norway called the Nansen Initiative, started in 2011. In fact, looking at the climate change and migration. And the rising sea level was a major concern to the Pacific Islands, the low-lying islands in the Pacific, and also the Delta Islands, like you have them in Bangladesh and in Vietnam. Also the Nile Basin, with the Alexandria, this area, with the increasing salinization, especially, that makes the soil unfertile. So there is a huge long-term sort of risk of that displacing people, but that takes so much time, is so slow that it's hardly noticeable, and people will find mostly solutions to that without having to flee to another country. So we regard that mainly as an issue of internal displacement and adaptation, and I think that is the way we should solve it. And by the way, when I worked with this, it was the UNHCR warned against using the term climate refugee. This being sort of very popular term, people thinking that this is a climate refugee and this is not, but not as easy as that. And myself, I would actually caution the use of that term. Let's talk about climate as one of the factors that influence the living conditions of people, and mainly the reaction being climate adaptation.
Yes.
It's very interesting because in Syria, at least as an environmental factor, the lack of water due to drought and ineptitude of the regime to provide what do we say, grunnvann, for the farmers, led to a huge influx of farmers who could not sustain themselves in the countryside in Syria. So they moved into the cities. And of course they are unemployed, they are poor, and it is reasonable. And this was before 2010. So it's reasonable to think that these were part of those who went into the street protesting against poverty, against demanding regime change. So the environment, it is reasonable to say that the environment played a part in the Arab Spring, at least in Syria.
If I just add, the same argument has been made in Darfur, that this was also triggered by environmental changes. I think it makes a point that these are displacement in phases. You can start out as an internally displaced person, and once you are uprooted, it's difficult to go back, as you said, from Turkey, for example, and then that may turn you into a refugee in the next phase. So it's a continuum here, and it's a very complex picture, and I think that in the future we'll see more and more of that migration, which is influenced by changes in the environment.
Yeah. I wish we could be here for many more hours, because I'm sure we could have continued this. I'll bring in a question for Charlotte, and it's a change of subject. On the 8th of March, members in the Norwegian Parliament received gifts from the Saudi embassy in Oslo. Many Norwegians see this as ironic / insulting. Would you say that this was an effort to actually acknowledge women's rights, or just a play for the theater?
Thank you. The Saudi Arabia was also not the only one who said. I know a lot of people have received actually flowers from the Qatari embassy, so maybe it's a trend. I don't know. I didn't get from neither, so I don't know if I should be offended by that or not. But I found it interesting because it's been talked about a lot that these improvements in women's rights and also, how should I say, like increased attention to in governmental channels or is a part of kind of a soft power strategy or human rights washing, or how you want to say it, like pushing women in front to improve your image. And in that context, with that criticism that has been very prevalent here in Norway and other places as well, I find it interesting that they actually do this, because I would think that they would pointing to that this is ironic, and just more attention to the problems of women in these countries or in Saudi Arabia. So I absolutely do understand those who are almost offended by receiving flowers, also in the relation to how we celebrate the International Women's Day here, which is not like a Mother's Day, it's more of a rights concerned day. And I think the development in these countries where the International Women's Day has been given increasing attention in recent years, it's in a different way. It's more of a celebration of the woman. And Norway is also the second female ambassador ever from Saudi Arabia. The other one is in the US, and she recently arrived, so this is probably part of it as well. I do think there are people involved who's serious about changing some of the rights for women in Saudi Arabia. If these flowers were part of that, I don't think we can say that, but probably more part of the PR campaign. And I must say, not a very good one. My personal opinion.
Added there. So we're closing in on the end, but before we finish up today, I want to ask you and look a bit more forward. And whoever of you wants to answer can do it. Johan talked about the end of the Arab Spring, or that it was finished. But is it too early to say that the Arab Spring is over and didn't deliver the fruits it promised? Or do you see the Arab Spring as not an ended chapter, but as a start maybe of a long process towards democracy?
I feel that Lars Gulik probably is a better place to answer this question, or maybe you, Katrina.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sure. Do you want to start, Lars?
It's not over. We have seen regime change in Sudan. Sudan came after a long while, but eventually they had demonstrations for a long time, and they succeeded in removing the dictator. We have also seen, for a period before the pandemic hit Iraq, there were unrest, protest against corruption, against the political system, the political elites that had appropriated power, demanding more equality, and against poverty, of course. The pandemic, and we have seen Lebanon. I mean, a country at the brink of bankruptcy, and still people are protesting, demanding change. So it's an ongoing process, which also tells us that the underlying factors, elements that caused the Arab Spring, has not been resolved, and they are returning and returning, even in those countries where the oppression now prevents demonstrations and uprisings.
Charlotte, do you want to add?
Yeah, I think just briefly to add what I talked about as well, that we have a tendency to want to see very rapid change when viewing from afar, calling for elections when there's no political parties, and maybe being a bit wanting to see the change and not acknowledging that these process takes time. So I think also we don't know what the historical meanings of the Arab Spring will be, and what the generation who grew up as the Arab Spring generation, or those following, in what way they have been affected by this as well. So these processes takes time, and I absolutely agree that it's too early to say or to conclude what will come in the future.
Thank you to all of you for very interesting thoughts and reflections. I'm sure we could sit here for hours and hours, but we have to finish up. And thank you also to all of you at home or wherever you might be for for following this last session. I think we'll just...
All right, and that wraps up our conference this year. I would like to say thank you very much to all the attendees that have tuned in over the past few days, and I would also like to thank today's speakers and panelists for their excellent contributions. I would also like to give a shout out to Elias and Julia, our conference organizers, and the rest of my YATA team for pulling this conference together. Finally, we will have some closing remarks from Jens Christian Øvstebø, President of YATA Norway.
Yes. Dear all, it's a pleasure for me to thank all of you highly skilled board members of YATA Norway for the impressive fulfillment of the Nordic Security Conference 2021 that all of us have had the pleasure of witnessing over the last 3 days. Also, thank you to you that are currently sitting back home and have participated by watching our conference online. I know the working group led by Julia and Elias have worked days and nights from day one after our last conference in October 2020 with preparing, planning and organizing, and as we have seen, this definitely gave fruits, as we say here in Norway. Although YATA Norway has done NORSEC for nearly 2 decades, nothing in the planning or execution in the last 2 conferences can be compared to earlier conferences. Planning such event during pandemic times raises completely new challenges related both to the rapidly changing infection situation here in Oslo, where 1 week ago, before the conference, we still didn't know or had any guarantee that we could gather volunteers and speakers here in the offices of the Norwegian Atlantic Committee. Secondly, it's challenging because we have gone from a solution where the streaming of the conference was a side operation to be the main focus our working group had to deal with. Our in-house digital experts have been working here as volunteers. They have carried and managed a heavy burden during the hours that we have been live. Last night they worked for 5 hours after the finishing of the session number 2 to fix yesterday's streaming bugs. It is therefore with deep humility I want to thank Petter and Caroline for the effort you have put in to make this digital conference possible. So we are moving into the 6th hour of today's session, so I will not drag this out more than necessary. Again, I would like to thank all of you sitting there home and all the YATA Norway's local chapters that have been following us over the last days, that you have wanted to spend your evenings and Saturday with us. I would also thank all the volunteers from YATA, both present here today, and to our digital volunteers that have been moderating and our digital channels during the conference. I would thank the Norwegian Ministry of Defense that finance this conference and enables us to make this annual event. I would like to thank the Minister of Defense, Frank Bakke-Jensen, and all of the speakers that have used their spare time with us. The Norwegian Atlantic Committee for providing us their meeting facilities during this weekend. For Charlie, for leading us with steady hands through all the different panels. And again, to Julia and Elias, that can now start studying, working, or whatever they may wish to use their time on. So with these words, I officially close the Nordic Security Conference 2021. Thank you again, and I wish all of you a good Saturday evening.